this now? Hello, Mr. Kombe. It's got out. Hello, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome. It's another beautiful day. So sunny here in Ontario, Canada. Beautiful day to go to the beach, to take a walk or a bike ride. So many things have been happening in Zambia, ladies and gentlemen. I just wonder, what's going to happen next. Zambia has become like a soap opera, especially with the trending topics, yeah, it is so. Oh, and by the way, it's happy 4th anniversary, UPND. Happy 4th anniversary. Imagine this. We never knew that it could be 4 years ago in August when the Zambian people, 2.8 million people, voted the UPND into power. That was what? August. We're in August. So it's a good month. We need to celebrate. Wherever you are, you can pop some champagne or, a glass of water or a glass of a whiskey or something, But all in all, in a nutshell, I think there's a lot to be discussed today. There's a lot. And we need to, look at what the 4 years, where we are, what has happened, where we're going, and what we're going to do, and what are the projection for the next coming 6 years, because next year definitely we're retaining power. But what's going to happen after that? So that is something that we're going to decide and discuss and talk about 100% today. And just waiting for my colleagues to join in. So guys, you can like the page, follow us. Okay. And then we can always discuss these issues. Okay. Daniel. Oops. Where are we? Add to stage. All right. Welcome, gentlemen. Welcome, Mr. Combe. Francis Combe, you there?
I'm here. Good afternoon.
Yeah. Okay. Good afternoon. How's the weather in Florida?
The weather's good. It was really, really hot, but now I think it's about to rain. So, yeah, weather is crazy, but yeah, summer is beautiful.
It's beautiful. Nice. That's good. That's good to hear. Welcome, Danny. Dr. Danny. Are you there? He's muted. I think it must be on the beach or something. Wakazia.
Oh, well, thank you very much, Machanda. Welcome to the program. Thank you very much.
We're not shining, Makazira. How are you? How's Canada?
Canada is okay. Just too many fires around.
Oh.
Yeah. New Brunswick, Newfoundland.
Oh, my goodness.
Yeah, but
I hope you're safe and you're not anywhere near those fires.
Very, 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 very safe. Fires are like 600 kilometers away.
Oh, that's good.
Yeah.
That is good. That is good. Yeah. Wow. Yeah. The next Kalusha Wali, how is it doing?
He's doing very well. Each time we not a tournament, he's really played good.
That's good. He scored. He's the one that scored the 3 goals. I saw something you posted.
Yeah, he scored 2 out of those 3, and he scored in every game. He has they played about 4 games. He scored in about 3 games.
Wow! Oh, nice. Wow. Yeah. So, but Danny, are you there or what? I wanted to ask about Danny. Remember, on a side note, before we go into the program, the topic you raised on the Banabo Baipe Ngombe, those cattle headers, some farmers, that their cattle was slaughtered because it was believed that it had some disease. I forget the name of that disease. So you raised some concerns. But the thing is, I went on the internet and I started checking, and people are trying to politicize it. I'm like, is this going to do with politics? Sure. Or it's just the ministry itself, they're trying to control the disease so that it doesn't spread to other areas. I don't know if you saw that one, Vakombe.
Yeah, I did. Are we going into it now? Or?
No, this is just a sidebar. It's not even part of the topics.
Oh, okay. It's big news. It's very big news.
It's very big news, and we need to discuss that one.
Yeah.
Let's start. Let's start with that. Since Vadani is here now, Vadani is the expert in these areas. Vadani, welcome.
Hola, everybody.
¿Cómo estás?
Buenas tardes.
Muy bien. So, Akishani, what's going on the slaughtering of the animals there in Zambia?
That is very, very, very straightforward. There's nothing wrong with what the government has done. The farmers know these rules. This, by the way, this act of restriction of movements of animals in Zambia it's an act from 2010. That's when this latest law was made into restriction of movement of animals. The reason why we are doing this is because we want to be cleared by the international body to start exporting to the European Union, all over the world. We want farmers to be able to export animals, sell their meat to UK. Okay? We need these measures in place for us to be qualified. Someone is talking in the background. So we need these measures. We are being observed, okay, by the International Animal Disease, Infectious Animal Diseases Control Board. Okay. So we are being observed. Do we have these measures in place to ensure that we are disease-free from certain diseases, okay? And CBPP is one of them. It affects the lungs of animals, okay? So we are doing these things so that one day Zambia will be like Botswana. Like we will be able to export. A farmer in Shangombo will be able to say, all right, I have a cow, I want to slaughter. There will be a marketing board that will get this animal, export it to UK or Netherlands or anywhere. This is according to what we promised the international body that observe us for this type of period. We are controlling the diseases, and then it will be money for everybody. It's a win-win scenario. But if we go against these rules, we'll be struck off. Okay, we'll be struck off. So we need to do this. We are very, very serious about it, especially the new government. They really want us to be able to enter the international beef market. Without these measures in place, we will not be accredited, and we will remain our market will only remain local. We can't export to the EU or anywhere else all over the world. So, but the thing about these animals that have been slaughtered, they have followed the procedures, okay? When an animal has been moved from one zone to there are zones, by the way, in Zambia, animal zones. So if you're moving from zone A to zone B, you have to get permission, because in zone A, there are certain animal diseases. In zone B, there are certain, for example, Eastern Province, there's African swine fever, there's this and all that. You have to know, you can't move an animal from Saga to Chipata, because you're going to be transporting diseases that are not found in Chipata, but found in Osaka, and vice versa. So these animals have to be certified disease-free before you move them from one zone to another. Now, this farmer, there's an outbreak of CBPP in his area now, in Kalomo. So the thing is, the veterinary people are there to vaccinate the animals, to treat those that are sick, and contain the disease within that zone. The thing is that you don't wake up in the middle of the night just because these animals are restricted in your area. You have to buy vaccines. You have to do vaccines, by the way, are very subsidized by the government. They are very, very cheap. I think they are about one patch up the animal or something. So they are very, very cheap. So this man decides to wake up in the middle of the night because the government has announced that you guys here, one, you cannot sell your animals first until this disease is eradicated in your zone. So for him, he wakes up in the middle of the night with 70 animals, starts checking to go into another zone where he's going to be free because there's no outbreak of CPP in that area. So then they catch him.
So let me get this straight, Danny. So you're saying from where his area was, where he was, where that breakout disease,
yes,
he was running away from that area.
Exactly.
But why didn't he just let the animal control treat the animals and stuff like that? Like, because why run away?
When there's a quarantine, you are restricted. For example, you not slaughter your animals and sell to the whatever marketing, whatever. So there's a restriction for you until the disease is under control. Then they'll give you a green light. You farmers are free now to do whatever you want to do with animals. But he wouldn't wait. He can't wait for that disease to be. So him, instead of waiting until the vet department clears that area, he decides to move his animals to an area which is free to sell animals and do everything. What he doesn't understand is that he's moving the disease from this zone where they've restricted him to another zone which is free of that disease. He's transporting the disease to a clean area. And that's why they're very strict about him. They said, okay, your animals are not sick, fine, but they're coming from a disease outbreak area, so let's observe them. So they put him on the 30th of July. They give you 14 days observing the animals. So the 14 days elapsed, 2 weeks elapsed, 2 days, 3 days ago. And in that head of his animals, 17 animals showed positivity to that disease, which means these animals are carrying the disease.
Okay.
So they showed signs of this disease they're trying to control where it's coming from. So the thing is that if a herd is positive in one and you're moving them illegal, and you know that man knew exactly what he was doing. That's why I was moving at night. And so that's the thing. So that's why the law comes into place. And look, you know the rules. Your animals, we have quarantined them. They have shown signs of CBPP. We are putting them down. That's the law. That's it. And the farmers know these rules. And this man has moved animals before. For example, if you want to slaughter an animal from Southern Province to Lusaka, you want to bring it to Lusaka for slaughter and get money, which is good. You just have to get permission. They check your animal, it's disease-free. You can move from Kalomo and bring your animal for slaughter in Lusaka. That's fine. But you have to tell the vet department because you are moving across the zones and your animal should be disease-free. But right now, that man was running away. He was trying to spread the disease. That's deliberate because he knew what he was doing. That's all I know. Yeah.
Okay. So, Kazia, you were very passionate about this, and you complained. So I don't know what your take or what you feel about this. This is a chance now to tell us how you're feeling, and maybe something else could have been done differently. Who knows?
Yeah. If you saw my posting, I was saying I will rely on Vadani's expert knowledge and guidance on this matter because I think Vadani is an authority when it comes to vet matters. He's an authority that we can't take away from him. The only thing I was saying that is there maybe laws where we could maybe quarantine those that were good and slaughter those that were already showing signs, or it was just a question of getting rid of everything. If it is a question that some animals had the disease and they needed to clear that out, I definitely have no problem with that. I was thinking that maybe some animals did not have, and then they just rushed into actually saw the court order and immediately went to slaughter without doing everything Wadani has just said. But I think Wadani is an authority in those areas, and I think his guidance is sufficient for me.
Wakombe.
Thank you so much. Thanks for having me. Good afternoon once more, and good evening for those that are in Zambia. I think what the government did was the right thing, swift and very precise. This goes without saying, like what Daniel said, and Wakasi has also agreed. There are SOPs, standard operating procedures, when you're trying to move livestock. And the reasons have been aired out. You have to be cleared and then you move your stock. So what they did was the right thing. It happens even in humans, the medical field. If you go to the hospital today, for those that want to play politics, if you go to the hospital today, there are certain rooms, they will tell you you cannot go in without gowning. And there's certain rooms where they tell you no visitors. Not because they hate the person, but it's because they don't want a disease to be transmitted. So those are standard operating procedures. I believe the farmer knew. The fact that he's moving at night shows you he wanted to be slick. And there's no way the government would take chances. Those 70 cows are nothing compared to an outbreak in the province or in the country, because this can really collapse the economy in terms of the exports that we do and even the livestock that can be lost. So I think it was the right thing. I commend the government for doing that. It happens even here at workplaces when people are exposed to certain chemicals. Everybody's treated. You go in a treating room, they treat you. It doesn't matter whether you're positive or not. They'll treat you. So kudos to the government, and that's a very swift action that they did. For those that want to be emotional about it, I would urge them to read more about these transfers and look at the bigger picture. It's 70 animals that are dying, right? That have been killed, that have been taken down, neutralized. Yeah. But it could have been maybe 5 or 10 or 15 or 20, 50,000 livestock. affected if there's a disease. So it only makes sense. And I would encourage age-old farmers that would love to do that in the future to be, just be considerate and follow the rules.
Yeah. Oh, wow. Okay. So my take on this one as well is, we need to follow certain procedures. And by the way, this is not the first time something like this has ever happened. I remember some years back, it happened before. Some animals were the same thing. They were trying to, transport those animals to a different town, and they were stopped, and they slaughtered those animals. I remember some years back. So this is not the first time. And with all these politicians in the opposition, I don't know why everything they have to politicize everything. One of these leaders, from these small Nashala Neka parties, he was saying, "Oh no, you see what this government is doing? Hey, look," but I'm like, this would have happened even if it wasn't the UPND government, because they follow the same protocol, same procedures. There's no way you can just say, "Oh, it's because of the UPND government, that's why this is happening." If I was the president, but the president is not going to get into each and every little decision making in the country. You see what I'm saying? That's why there are the organizations, there are ministries, there are people responsible for those things. And those people, as long as they follow the procedures laid down, then if they're right, they're right. I mean, there's no way they can just slaughter 70 animals without cause or without a reason. I mean, like you're saying, like an outbreak, a countrywide outbreak is worse, than 70 animals. So 70 animals for one person, yes, it's a huge loss, but it's a loss, and I think it's a lesson to most of these, farmers or animal breeders, because I think they even know these laws. They even know them. They even know what happens. I mean, it's not the first time. It's not like these have just, it has just happened now, or the procedures that have been laid down on one particular man. So yeah, the government is right. I mean, we have to follow the procedures. I mean, hey, that's what it is.
Maybe the only thing that I would maybe edge is I think farmer education into the extent that the moment that we create these information centers or village committee meetings, even at community level or constituency level, where this becomes the talk. Like, every time when we have an outbreak, every time when there's quarantine, leaflets, Zambia Information Service is on to say don't move animals maybe twice a week or once a month, to just make sure that the people even understand. One of the things you have to understand in our Zambian scenario, everything is politicized. There's nothing that we don't politicize in Zambia. So at times, even to try to start to respond when people have politicized it, is giving legitimacy and leverage to people that are raising those issues up, because they will definitely politicize them for political mileage and stuff like that. So for me, I would really want government to step up its information system to the farmers, especially in Southern Province. Southern Province is known that animals is everything. Everybody must have an animal. So at times, for people to come and appreciate what government has done when they don't have sufficient information, or they have just partial information, probably they didn't understand the extent of this, that if they go out, they take the animals, the entire head will be slaughtered. If they find maybe 2, 3, the entire thing will be gone. They didn't understand. They might have thought, oh, maybe if they find 2, they will get them, and then the rest will be okay. So I think on the part of information system that we are giving the farmers, we must now strengthen, especially when it comes to disease and animal control, because that person they slaughter the animals for, you and me who are here, educated and understand these things, we're at a different level. But I'm telling you, at community level, this is where the politics start to play, and this is where people are going to jump on it and say things and do things. It's too early maybe for me to maybe no, unless I get some more information, I'll read around it and see what actions that government did before they actually came to slaughter these animals, and then we can be able to look at this. But on the face value of it and on the guidance part of it, I definitely go with whatever Danny has said, and I will not argue anything more than that.
Fantastic.
And
Yeah,
Machanda, just 1 minute just on this one also. And I would also urge the government to just bring out pundits who are going to talk about this. Don't wait for it to grow. Don't wait for a week for people to understand why it happened. Quickly dispatch people on radio, on TV who will talk about this to educate people. And this also goes to my fellow citizens. You have to be informed, or else all these people who politicize everything, they have a market. You don't know. So that's why they say these things. So, but I would urge the government to quickly send out people, Minister of Agriculture, the PSAs, and even just regular pundits to go on radios and talk about this issue, this topic, so people know quickly.
Fantastic. I think with all being said, that's it boils down to one thing. I think the government was right on that, and but Danny has clearly outlined it and said it. Him being in that field, he obviously knows these issues better than most of us here, and so just to lay it and for people to understand why that happened, yeah, the government needs to maybe put up programs in local languages, and so that it reaches the even the lowest level in terms of the people in the villages, so that they know these things. Put it in their language that they can understand. Don't put it in English, because if English are just talking to people in town, but if they put it in the local languages, explain to them these are the issues, and make sure everybody understands it, and they should know what the consequences are if you had to do something like this. Because if people don't know what the consequences are, they'll try to take a risk, and then they start crying, and then it looks bad, but people need to understand these issues.
Go ahead,
Dan.
In terms of information to the villagers,
yeah.
The Department of Veterinary Services is one of the most well-staffed department, in the sense that every 2 or 3 villages there's what is called the veterinary camp, or what do they call, camp assistant or something like that. There are people at local level in every 2, 3, 4 villages that work for the Department of Veterinary Services. So these are local people. They live in villages, and they educate people about these animal rules and regulations. So yeah, it's very, very well funded. There are thousands and thousands of these called camp veterinary assistants. They call them camps. And camps, basically, one camp will have maybe 3, 4 villages, another camp 3, 4, 5 villages, and there's one person employed to disseminate veterinary information to those villages. So it's well staffed, actually, in that sense. Okay.
That's explained by our very own expert, Dr. Danny. So, guys, the elephant in the room, the ECA or Lungu family, Esther Lungu versus the government. That issue is still dragging. It's what, 3 months now? 3 months, and people are asking questions. Why is all this happening? Is it just for the hate of one man, or there's something that you and I don't understand that is behind the scenes? There's something sinister about the whole arrangement. Is it about HH? Is it about the Lungu family? Is it about ECL? What is it all about, really? I mean, if we had to dig in, and for any average Zambian, I think they're posing these questions. They want to find out, because it's out of this world. It's something that has never happened before, where people are refusing for their, a former president to be buried in his home country and be given, the military honors and everything as a statesman, as a former head of state. They are refusing because they don't want one HH to come near the body. That's their main concern. Now we saw what happened on Friday. They said when they were about to pass the judgment, first of all, they brought in a new lawyer. They're saying he's one of the best top-notch lawyers in South Africa. He's like, he's revered in South Africa to say he always wins cases. So there, it was a sign to us like, why have they changed lawyers? Okay? And then before the judges could come to a final decision, he's like, no, if you can just hold on to that decision until Monday, because we've decided to talk with the government. Okay? And then boom, all of a sudden, Ama papers are in the constitutional court. Gentlemen, I don't know here. Was the government tricked, duped? Was this like, did they know that this is what we're going to do? Or they were pretending that we're talking when they had some other, ulterior motives? Bakombe.
This is a very unfortunate thing. I want to believe the family is still talking with the government. I think the government was not duped. There are procedures. So if they appeal or they raise a motion to kick the can down the road, it is what it is. I think in the end, the government will win. The Zambian government will win. What is strange and what bothers me is the continuous holding on to the body of ECL, even by the family itself. I mean, it's something I cannot understand. How do these people come back to Zambia and claim Zambia to be their land and claim that ECL ruled Zambia if they cannot even respect the PF supporters who were with him even when he left office? At least do it for the supporters then. If you think UPND should never get involved, do it for the supporters then. But this man, like we've always been saying the past weeks that he has been deceased, was present for all, even those that never agreed with him. He was president of the Republic of Zambia. The entire 21 and some change million people. So the family looks bad. It just looks bad. This is my opinion. They look bad. They should just let go. For how long are you going to play politics with it? It's unbelievable. But I guess that's what they're choosing, and they will lose. And the Zambian people have the last word. I think they'll interpret this in whatever way they want to, be it PF or otherwise.
Okay. And we go to Danny. But Danny, you've got a lot of information on this one. You've got a lot of opinions and a lot of.
I have soldiers on the ground. Anyway, to me, it's yet another move which really makes the Lungu family disregard the South African government. They're trying to use the South African institution like the High Court, like a pawn, like just, okay, we can tell them this today, tomorrow we'll tell them this, we'll change our mind, we'll do this. I mean, I think the judges are getting fed up of this type of thing. You don't say, okay, we want this to be heard, and then you arrive, no, give us time, we want to talk, and all that. Just like that time, so we want to repatriate the body, they organize all this military honor thing, and no, we are not going. They're taking the government of South Africa for granted, in my view. the Lungu family is taking the government of South Africa for granted. They're just playing like, okay, we can say this today, tomorrow we change, tomorrow we do this, tomorrow we change something. And I think this is working to their disadvantage. So I think that the judges definitely, when they go to their dinner tables with their families on the dinner, they're saying, come on, these guys are taking us for granted now. What's going on? I think they can just be kicking us like a ball. Today they say this, tomorrow they say this. Anyway, so the hearing on Monday, the appeal hearing on Monday, there will be three things there basically that will be that we are looking for. Maybe they will reverse their earlier ruling, which is, I don't think they will do that because they will look stupid. They can't say, oh, sorry, Lungu family, what we said last time, sorry, we have reversed the decision. They might make a few modifications to what they said. Maybe they would say, okay, we didn't regard, because the Lungu family are saying they didn't look at the wrongs that the government did for modifying the schedule that we had agreed upon. So they might make that small modification to the agreement, or they might just say, you know what, we'll stick with what we said last time. So we'll just the area ruling stays. So at that time, the Lungu family will be have no choice. But I don't know, maybe they will appeal to the higher courts or something like that. But I think this high court that's gonna hear their case on Monday most likely is gonna stick to what they say, because you cannot make a judgment within a week or two and then you say, no, okay, what we said was wrong, so we are reversing our end. I don't think they'll do that. Now, what will happen with the Lungu family once the High Court has said we'll stick with what we said? I think they'll start playing the same games, but in the end, to me, what I foresee is the South African government is just going to say, you know what, we have tolerated this family too much. It's time for them to take the body back to Zambia or do whatever they want to do with the body, because it's just too much. They can't be playing. These are resources, South African resources they are using. Okay? They are using South African resources for these judges who sit for hours and hours there. And they don't take this into consideration. They are not taxpayers for the South African people are paying for these sessions. So I don't know. It's just too much. To me, it's just too much. And as Wakombe said, what's the biggest thing that they are really, really sticking to, where they say, first of all, there's been no family on this planet Earth that has given the conditions of the Lungu family to say only 4 or 5 or family members will see the body. Nobody else will see the body. Come on, really? It has never been heard of in this planet other than Lungu family. No, only family members, and those family members will be handpicked. That's it. Nobody else will see the body. That is weird. It's very, very weird. It's
straight at the same time.
Yeah. And then you say, we are not going to bury him in Zambia. We want to bury him here in South Africa. Lungu just went there for treatment, for God's sake. He wasn't living in South Africa. If he was living in South Africa before, it's different. Someone was asking the question the other time, if he had died in Malaysia or India, were you going to be insisting that let's bury him in New Delhi or in Islamabad, whatever? Why are they going to be insisting that let's bury him in Timbuktu? You know? Why are they insisting now that we have to bury him in South Africa? What's so special? He just went for treatment. When you go for treatment, doesn't mean that you become citizen to that country. That's that you deserve it. They feel entitled that he should be buried in South Africa. They don't look at it. South Africans are angry. They don't want Lungu to be buried in South Africa. They don't. They're saying it's going to be.
They don't even want any foreigner in South Africa.
They don't want even any foreigner. Now you are saying let's bury this, and they are saying this is going to be a gateway, a loophole for Zambians to be coming every anniversary to come in large numbers to come and invade our country to see the Lungu's grave. So it's they don't get it, and they're taking the South African government for granted. To me, they should be stopped. Thank you.
Wakazia.
Yeah, of course, me, I share a different view. Everything you've said, I don't agree. Both of you are done in our combi.
Of course.
Of course.
We know.
Know. Yeah, I also know that. You see, you cannot mistreat a person to that point. And then when he dies, then you say we want to give honors to the dead, not when he's alive. That kind of crap for me doesn't stick. Then secondly, The issue of saying they are wasting South African resources, this government that is doing that, our government is wasting South African resources. If they just stuck with what was agreed first without changing the program at the time that the body should have come to Zambia, that thing wouldn't have even arisen. The next thing is that the same change of goalposts. This time it's a family that has changed the goalpost. You change the goalpost the day before the burial. You don't have the government doesn't have the monopoly of changing their mind. And this thing of saying, oh, the family is looking bad. No, it's not looking bad. If it was my father, I would behave the same way. When you mistreat somebody, what do you expect? This time, you colleagues have challenged you here. There has been no one telling those guys that are calling ECL's body, frozen fish, akatumbi, and everything. See, those are UPND supporters. The lawyers told you these guys are compounding the negotiations between the family and government. But who is talking to them? Nothing. Even this morning, there was someone calling akatumbi, people celebrating. How? How do you say, oh, we want to bury him with honors and dignity? It was the president. Everybody knows. If he was the president, why is he not being treated as a president in death? He is still verified to the same extent like he was nothing. And now you want to, no. Let ECL be. And the court actually were done. You should know that the court overturn decisions. That's why when you appeal to the higher court, they can overturn what the lower court has said. They don't necessarily have to agree with what the lower court said. It depends on the heads of argument. So for me, the family is on firm ground. To blame the family when they are the victims of a brutal government system in terms of looking at the death is not right. So that family should stick its guts. If it means appealing to Supreme Court, let them appeal. If they lose, they lose. If they want to get the body, then at that point in time, let the body be taken, because then they've done what they need to do. If government was serious about it, they would have actually removed themselves from that and say, okay, we will provide the resources. And in fact, in the law, the government pays the expenses. There's nowhere where it says, oh, it has to be a state funeral and the president must be there. The last week, I challenged you colleagues to say there is no law that says a state funeral, the president must be there. The vice president can be there. Anyone else. President HH and President ECO were not friends. They were not friends. They were bitter rivals. It didn't happen in the lifetime. It certainly will not happen in death. So this kind of thing, for me, I've always told you colleagues, it is a lesson to us that we must not allow ourselves and the enmity to continue. When people differ on political lines, when someone wins, they must quickly go to resolution of knowing that they should norm and friendship and national interest should take root. We have personalized this way too much. This thing has been personalized. It is about President HH being there. But the family does not want him there. It does not want him there. And rightly so, if they don't want him there, there's no need for President HH to be there. He has done his part. He has tried everything there is in the book to be there, and the family still doesn't want him. So let him stay away out of it. Let them do what they want to do with the body. If they want a private burial, let it be so. And the mere fact that the government and the UPND government has failed to come clean on dealing with the cadres that keep insulting that dead man.
Let me come in, Machanda. You said a lot of things here.
Go ahead, Wakombe. I know you're
Yeah,
eating.
the most unfortunate thing is we see even people like Wakazir still playing politics with it. First and foremost,
this is what I don't like.
No. Let me just make my point. It's my opinion. So I'm holding the floor. It's my opinion. Let me make the point.
But don't attack me. I'll be able to respond and attack you as well.
Through the chair.
Okay, let's talk one at a time. Let's talk one person at a time.
Correct.
One person at a time.
Thank you very much. I thought I was holding the floor, and it's my opinion. If you want to rebuttal, you can come in and air your opinion. You just aired a lot of forceful things here, and it's very unfortunate. It's for this reason that we still even have conversations like that, because we have people who think like that. First and foremost, the president was not responsible for anything and everything, for everything that a person who subscribes to the UPND says. It's just common sense. You cannot say the government is tolerating this, somebody airs a view to say they do something and they say Akatumbi, of which we don't even agree to as supporters of UPND. But you hold that against the administration. It's a shame. That's one. Two, ECL was not mistreated. You must be coming from a different planet to say that. And it's sad. ECL arrested HH 15 times. HH was not allowed to move in his own country. We saw this in Chipata during the last week of the election. We saw this when he wasn't allowed even to go to the Copper Belt. ECL's argument was, we can't be in the same place at the same time. And yet they live together in Lusaka. So all that was done by ECL to HH. HH comes into power. He has never arrested ECL. ECL has been moving up and down, going to churches, jogging, doing this. Uliowa Chunsu, trying to come in the frame. ECL was HH was quiet. So when you bring the notion and the assumption that ECL was mistreated, you can lie to people who are not Zambians. We are Zambians. We saw how ECL was never, not even a time, arrested or caught to go and talk about cases that they think he had committed. Nothing of that sort. The man was bitter before elections, was bitter when he lost. He's still bitter as he dies. Look, there's still confusion. And it's people like you who want to be saying these things. You appeal to the lowest form of supporters that really believe what you say. So you have to be very careful the things you utter. The president, the former president, was never brutalized. Never. We should look at these things from an independent view. So we should be truthful. When it comes to a state funeral, you want to be given a state funeral, but you, as the family, draw the program for the funeral. You can't have it both ways. You can't. It's not about you. We had this case when ECL was president, and former President Kaunda died.
Exactly.
Former ECL was on record. He went to the funeral. A video has just surfaced. He went to the funeral house, encouraging the family to let the government do its job and give him a good send-off, a state funeral. ECL, his minister, Given Luwinda, who's acting president of PF, was on record. Your propaganda guru, Emmanuel Mwamba, tweeted. He said the death of the president has to be handled by the state and not the party. Today, you are the so-called learned people, and you're still spewing this. For people who are not informed, they'll believe it. So you are also part of the problem because you are pouring all these sentiments that are wrong. Don't do that.
I think I need to respond to that.
Yeah, you're going to respond. I think you should put the country first. Don't put party first. There's nothing here. I rest my case.
Okay.
Now,
All
let me answer Wajaja before I myself. You see, it is people like you, Bakombe, who are very, very inimical to the country. If you want to people start thinking the way you are thinking, it is a disaster of kind of a thought process. Like you were not even there. I don't know the time that you left Zambia. For you to even start thinking and starting questioning what I'm thinking and starting to go after me. This is my opinion. You gave your opinion. Now you want to pretend like, oh, you know it all.
But you're attacking my opinion. It's your opinion, but you're attacking my opinion.
You attack mine, I attack yours.
One person at a time.
Wakombe, keep quiet. I get quiet when you are putting all these lies together. You know that ECO, you know that ECO was taken out of the plane. You know about that. You know that people that are the supporters of your party, they are there. They go to the secretariat and they are there insulting.
Which plane was this ECO taken out of?
What?
Which plane? Which plane?
And then let me also put this to order.
No. You said this ECO was taken out of the plane.
I was
Which plane?
You in the midst of your submission. Mind
but,
you, can you
after my submission. I know what he's talking about. Don't worry about that one. I know. You remember the time when he was saying
hello,
he presented okay. Go ahead, finish.
In the midst of a submission, he was talking. I didn't question his submission. I let him finish.
Go ahead.
And he must also let me finish. Then number two, Ukulan that this year arrested HH 15 times. It is wrong. Did I ever say that it was right to do that? And mind the way, the difference between ECL and the President HH at the time, HH was an opposition leader, not a former president. He was not. How many times he's arrested Dr. Friedman? He has arrested Bakalaba. He has arrested all the opposition leaders right now. They are in court. He's doing that. You understand? So, and for me, it is a question of when ECL was the president, after he left office, how do you think that is the way we should be treating former presidents? If you think that is the way, I do not think that way. We can do much better. And the enmity was there. There was no time that they were friends. And that is why ngatamuli my friends umuntu kuti akukleshe chililo choba tishire kufa wikesa kuchililo chani. And you cannot impose yourself no matter how much power you think you have. You do not have that leverage. Diaspora, you are lost to the realities of what is going on.
Are you in Zambia yourself? Okay. Are you in Zambia yourself?
You are causing confusion.
Are you in Zambia yourself?
Okay.
You are attacking people in the diaspora.
Okay. Ceasefire.
So I want us to talk about
what,
the issue.
What we're going to do, Vakazia.
But if you want
Vakazia. Hold on. No, I know you're going to finish, but hold on. Just hold on, Vakazia. Just hold on. Let's take a breather. So finish your point, okay? And then we have to hear from Madani because Madani hasn't commented on this matter. And we don't want it to be between you and Ivakombe.
No, it's a discussion. It's never between two people. We're having a discussion so anybody can come in.
So because everybody's going back, if you guys are going back and forth, then we're not going to move forward. So close up, give us your reasons and your points.
I'll end with this. You see, it is just so much of, I don't know what kind of thinking we are putting in the people that are listening to us. When your friend is talking, it doesn't matter, no matter what they say, which you don't like, you keep quiet. You don't jump in to start questioning and wanting to pretend.
Okay, no. Just close your point. Just close your point.
I'm keeping quiet. Now, I can behave to the same extent. It's not fair. You keep quiet, but Danny has not intervened, even when Baba said what he doesn't like.
I think he's done. Vakazira is done. He's still going all over the map. So let Danny come in. You finished. You cannot conclude. You're failing to conclude.
Be rational. Because you keep interjecting.
Conclude, Kaidi.
How do I
conclude?
So, my opinion
go ahead.
about
are you done?
No, let me just conclude in the last 1 minute or so. My opinion about this funeral ECL vis-a-vis government, it has been mishandled by government. I put this blame personally on government because they can do much better. When I saw Vakavesha talk on the TV and say we can go ahead and bury without them even if they don't come, those are unfortunate statements that are coming from government. Those are very, very unfortunate. They are not conciliated to make sure that this body comes back to Zambia to bury. It is so much acrimonious. We need to, first of all, watch what comes out of our mouth. If we do watch what is coming out of our mouth, then this matter is going to be concluded properly because the other family is grieving. The other people are not grieving. They are not family. They are just nationals who have stakeholder interest in there. But the family is hit more than we are hit, all of us as a people. But the family deserves to be listened to and what they want to do. That is what my submission looks like.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much. So, about Danny, Dr. Danny, I think you've been listening.
Okay.
Everybody's
I've been listening here. I agree with my brother Kombe and I disagree with my brother Kazia in the sense that the opposition supporters, they are exaggerating the so-called abuse of Lungu. Lungu was. Do you know what Kaunda went through? Do you know what Ichiruba went through? That is really. That is when you say a former president was abused. Lungu has never been abused, never ever, and I don't know where they're getting it. And when you say, "Oh, at Barito England," that was the gate which they were looking for the wife, and the wife was inside, and then they destroyed the gate at Barito England. That's what they're saying. They broke the house. They just went in to look for that Kamateota Corolla Karimkat. So it's that was not whatever. That was abuse. You break a gate compared to being arrested 15 times in Kobeko. And then when you say, oh, that's real abuse, no, he was just opposition leader. So if he was an opposition leader, he deserves being abused. Oh, because him is a former president, so he no, let's not, we are Zambians. We shouldn't abuse one another, whether we are in position leaders or we are former presidents. We shouldn't say, oh, don't compare Lungu to HH. He was opposition leader. That's why he was arrested 15 times. That's what the justification Chanda just said. He said, when we mentioned 15 times, he said, no, he was just an opposition leader. He wasn't a former president. So he's justifying the arrest of HH 15 times by the party because he said he was just an opposition leader. He was just like Membe, just like whatever. So that's not, to me, that's not good talk, where you say, oh, he was just an opposition leader. Lungu was different. Lungu was a former president. HH was just an opposition leader. Let's not do that. So to be honest here, the Lungu family still are wrong in the sense that they are holding the whole country at ransom. Their arguments don't hold water to be really, to me, if we allow them to cremate or bury the body in South Africa, will they really come back? The Lungu family come back to Zambia and stay there in Gabulonga or whatever, and just start mingling with people. Say yes, we are former first family, and how would they be looked at by Zambians? Because to me, as a Zambian, this is a rejection by the former first family to say we don't belong to Zambia. We would rather stay in South Africa. To me, that's the way it sounds. I don't expect them to come back and start mingling with me in Cairo Road again when they denied me the opportunity to say goodbye to my former president. It's very, very sad. It's very, very sad. I don't really know what they want as a family, to be honest. They're always like, oh, HH. To HH, we will not be there. HH is not that type of guy who is going to say, oh, he might not even he might be in Bangladesh by the time if they don't want him there, he will not be there. I don't know where they're getting this notion that HH is going to force himself on that day to look at the Chaba. No, he's not going to do that. You know, and the judge told them, they said, why should we debate things which haven't even happened? Let's debate things that have happened. Because they said, no, HH is doing, it's not about HH. HH will not force himself to be present there. And we can't hold the country at ransom just because you're afraid of something that hasn't even happened. HH will not be there. If the family says HH should not be there, HH will not be there. That's it. It's simple. I don't know what's going on here with the family. To me, they have something bigger to hide than the eye can meet. In my view, what I'm hearing in my reliable sources, something bigger. Yeah, that's what I can say. There's something they're hiding other than just this thing.
Please tell us. Can you review it so that people know?
Through the chair.
Time will tell.
Just a quick comment in 15 seconds. This is just my earnest appeal to you as the moderator, Vachanda. I think as we give our points, you have the right to challenge us. When we throw things out there, if somebody, for instance, says, Lungu was abused and you can simply say, okay, so give an example when he was abused. We shouldn't we should not be given all this time as people are contributing just to spew lies and wait for the other guy to catch it. So, moderator, you can question me if I say.
Don't worry. Don't worry about that. I've written everything here. So what I do is because I want everybody to chip, because the way this moves, if I when somebody says something, I come in, he says it, then it's going to be a tit and tat.
No.
So everybody
I said not always, but some things when you're interviewing,
get
you
your
can
point, and
actually
I've
ask.
put down everything. I've put down everything, and me haven't even spoken. So I'm going to bring those issues up.
I need to clarify one thing from what Daniel said. Maybe just to be sure that he might have misquoted me.
On which one? On which point?
On the part that he said that are you saying that because he was opposition leader, therefore he must be mistreated?
Well, yeah, that's what you said. But that's what you said.
No, I want to clarify it so that in case you misquoted me. What I said was, first of all, if you start where I started, I said it was wrong to be mistreated. That's the first point that I said. I said it was
and
wrong
then you put
to be
it
mistreated.
back.
Number one.
And then you put it
number
back.
two, do you want me to finish or not?
Go ahead. Finish.
Okay.
But you put it back.
So, yes, I put but. What I didn't even put but. I said, however, the other difference, the other second point was that there was a difference between President HH then and the President ECAO now. And I went ahead to explain the difference. The difference is, at the time that President HH was in opposition, he was not a former president. When President Edgar Lungu has left power, he's a former president. And that is why there is now a fight, even the fight for the body. It's because of now that aspect of him being former president. If President Edgar Lungu was not a former president, it wouldn't have arisen like this. But then it has a reason like this because he was former president. And my appeal actually is and is still that government, if they don't want government to take over the funeral, let it be so. Government has tried. There's no need to force it any further. That's my point.
Machanda, so as you can see, I just wanted to comment on what he just said.
Let's do this,
Makonde.
Let him ask Machanda, because at times he may lose his thought through.
Exactly.
Let him ask.
Just 2 minutes. So the man has just circled. He just did a 360 and ended up exactly where he was. He said the men are not supposed to be treated the same because this one was the main opposition guy, but this one was the former president. That's the difference. That's what he's saying. That's what I'm interpreting.
Okay, no, your interpretation
what
is
I'm
wrong.
getting from what you're saying.
Okay, your interpretation is wrong. Here is my interpretation. My interpretation is that nobody must ever be mistreated, whether it's president, former, and everybody. That is my interpretation. The difference that I'm trying to make is just about the office, and that is a fact. Unless you want to argue that he wasn't a former president, he's not.
What about the office? They should be treated the same.
Okay. All right. Okay. So see, this is what I was avoiding. This is what I was avoiding. So now, all right, Wakazia. I think you've mentioned a certain points that I disagree. One, you put in Wakavesha. You said that he said he was going to bury, or you put it saying that the government is going to bury Walungu without the family, whether they like it or not. Now, that's very untrue, because if you watch the last interview that he had, even in the court there, they were asking those questions. And you're saying, like, look, us, we're civilized people. That's not what we're going to do. We are emphasizing, and still we want to talk with the family. Even at the Sunday interviews at NBC, he said the same thing. Grevasio Zulu asked him the same question, and he told the public, answered Grevasio Zulu and everybody and all Zambians to say, no, we are not like that. Okay? We are not like that. We are going to work. Well, I think you had your chance. It's time for me to talk.
No, just a question.
No. Wait, let me finish.
Okay.
You make me lose my train of thought. So,
sorry.
Grevasio Zulu asked him the same question you're talking about, the same question you're saying about Bakaweshas, claiming to say, oh, well, even whether the family agrees or not, we're going to bury it. Gervasio Zulu asked him on Sunday, just go and watch that interview. He said himself to say, no, that's not the way we are. In fact, we are still working with the family. Us as government were open to work with the government, to work with the family, and make sure everybody is happy. So it's not a forcing matter, in simple terms. So one, that was wrong. You're misleading the public, and then when it comes to second point,
we should draw that, by the way. If that is how it is interpreted, we should draw it.
No, but you said Vakavesha. That's what Vakavesha said. Is that what Vakavesha said?
I withdraw that.
Yeah, withdrawing it.
Right.
Fantastic. Okay, I strike it. You've withdrawn that one. I strike it. Okay. Second point. You're talking about the big issue. I think here we're talking about is who was mistreated between HH and ECL. Okay. Overall, if we just look at just the way things have happened between those two, yes, just like the UPND, the way we explain things and tell everybody, there are different policies and different ideas, different ideologies between the UPND and the Patriotic Front. But that doesn't mean it's a personal matter. Okay? So now, Iri Ashiri Akwebati, Lungu and all the PF followers saying that, oh, he was mistreated, he was shani, he was whatever. The time, you can imagine this. Somebody is in retirement, but is busy talking politics. He was about to travel, going somewhere. He was claiming, I'm going for a medical, but when they asked him, he said, oh no, I'm going for a convention. When there wasn't even any convention happening somewhere, he wanted to go somewhere in Asia. So those are the issues. People were like, however, medicals, but and then once I'm watching, and I'm just going for there's a summit, and then there wasn't even a summit happening. Okay, so the things he was doing were a little bit dubious, a little bit questionable, and he was involved himself in politics. Everywhere where he goes, he's jogging, he's busy talking politics. He goes to a church, he's busy talking politics.
And it is illegal to do that.
No, but he have retired from politics.
So when
that
he retired,
that time he was in retirement.
Yeah, so he was in retirement. To talk about politics when you're in retirement.
So, no, let's go into the legal things, but let's talk about what he was doing.
Okay.
So those all issues, and then instead of, if he was really at that point, if really he was sick and he wanted the government, in fact, he wrote, because somebody like Lungu cannot just travel, just wabula passport, like you and me, you just wherever you want to go. It's state property because he's a former head of state. So before he traveled,
which law speaks to that is state property?
So former head of state in Shimuntufe like you and me. Former head of state.
Is not state property.
No, but he's a okay, Monen. Anyway, let me
still part of government, because you know that.
So you're asking this question. If in Twifiba Bakazia Mwalifishiba, but you're just going against or questioning this issue.
That's why we feel about
pretend. So the thing is this. Okay, so the main bottom line is this: quality procedures. Even if Arabi, any former head of state, before they travel, they have to write to cabinet to say, I'm traveling, this is what I'm going to do, I'm going for medicals, or then they will provide, whether, because they got those logistics that have to be done by cabinet. You're not going as a personal trip. You're going as a former head of state, and the government. No, let me finish. Now, Mulanda, Efo twachiralanda perform wachiradanda wala kuli bakombe. You're doing the same thing. Okay? So you're interjecting me so that I lose my train of thought. But that's not going to work. So he has to write. And when he writes, then they approve and say, okay, here's the air ticket. Boom, 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 boom. Everything paid by the government. You go. Now, the main point, the questioning is, HH, when he was in the opposition, wasn't he a Zambian citizen? So since he was in the opposition, it's okay to be abused. Only if he was a former head of state, then he shouldn't have been abused.
Who said that?
That's your tone, Bakazia.
I never said
Because
that.
he was, no, everything is here. We'll play everything back. Because HH was a former head of state, then you can't compare na Balungu. HH was in the opposition, and you cannot compare Nava Lungu, who was a former head of state.
That's what he said.
But abuse is abuse. But in fact, if we go toe to toe, one-on-one, and ask who was abused between the two, everybody will agree to say HH was the most abused person. As a Zambian citizen, as a Zambian citizen, forget about it, former head of state or a current head of state or whatever. As a Zambian citizen, HH was the worst abused. Okay? Balungu, chinga kofi, just a few things. Politics. You are in retirement. Why are you talking about politics? You are in retirement. Why are you talking about Turium guys who are chunsu?
Is it illegal?
You're poking the bear. You're poking the bear, and then you inkala munga yasa yakuli yatawe mone inkala, but you wouldn't inkala. So those points, we don't agree with those things.
You have also misinterpreted a lot of things that you have said here.
It's clear. You said it. You said it.
Let's tell you something about the presidential. When someone is off, when the former president needs to travel and all that. I worked in that government for 28 years, and yet How
pretend
because you see I have no reason. Why should I pretend to you? I will just tell you what it is. That is how I am. Pretend. I have no level of pretense in me. Pretend. So if you want to know, like what I done about the vet issues about it, he's expert to tell you. I was 28 years and worked at PS.
Are you an expert in government?
Start telling me how it should be done. Okay, I adopt that what you have said is what should be done. But then the questions that I was asking, are these things illegal? If things are not illegal, no. Wanting to travel as a citizen when you're a former president, you ask for authority. And yet they deny the authority to travel because they think you're playing politics. There is no law in Zambia that says when you're a former president, you should never speak politics. There is no law that says so. There is nothing that says he shouldn't go to church, he shouldn't joke. He can speak politics. Every morning, Baba ECA was not the first former president. And this is a democratic scenario that you, the UPND, said you protect. Hello, Mwale is some power. You said the rule of law must apply. The rule of law means that if you're a former president, you can participate in jogging. You can participate to go out where you want to go without being stopped or put out of the plane. You can do those. So we have tried, you guys have started creating a monster in the presidency, not because of the President HH, no. In this presidency, we are creating monsters by thinking that, now our president, you can do anything that you want to do. There are limitations. There is a constitution that limits what you can do. And if you start to behave outside the constitution, then people must remind you. Certainly, we must remind you that if you're ECO, there was nothing illegal. Show us that, this law is broken here. You can't use feelings
through the chair
to stop someone from traveling.
Go ahead, Wakombe. Then, but Danny should also come in.
I just want to, I'm very happy to hear that Bakazila was worked in government for 28 years. Thank you for your service. But what is disappointing is that you don't even know that when you are a former president, you are not supposed to engage. If you are retired, you are not supposed to be engaging in politics.
And
Like you can't be
anytime.
holding rallies. It's a rally. You're talking about your party and the current government. You hold rallies at your house. People come, you exercise, you go in the house, you start addressing them. That is not what the law says. When you retire, then you can't hold those things. You can't have it both ways. If you want to stay in politics, don't say you are retired. So coming from a person who has served 28 years in government, I'm a little bit disappointed because we know that a retired politician cannot go and hold a rally. In Zambia, that's the way it was. That's the reason why the pecs were taken out of Lungu's thing. There was no way to continue getting benefits and also be an opposition party guy. So the law is clear. He wrote, first and foremost, the ECL wrote to cabinet himself to say, I'm retired.
Exactly.
And then we have a video of him saying he's back into politics. So how was he mistreated?
I'm going
Coming
to
from a guy who has been in government for 28 years.
Before you come in, Wakazia, just
I
to
will
tap in on what Makombe.
on that one.
No, it's the same point. So, but just to tap in on what he's saying, because you know, according to the Constitution, that way it is law, Wakazia. It is law.
Indeed.
And what happens is, if the law is clear in black and white, it's saying you cannot engage yourself or belong to a what? Political organization or party or whatever. That's why
politics.
That's active. It's part of active politics.
Come on.
That's why Moneni. That's why when he became a former head of state, he wrote to the cabinet that I have what? Retired from active. It's mandatory. That's what you have to do. He wrote to the cabinet, and the cabinet accepted that later. That's when he started getting the benefits. But when he decided to come back, he wrote again to cabinet, I have rescinded my decision. I want to come back to what? Active politics. So that he can do his politics freely. Why do they write those things? Because if it wasn't law, if there wasn't any law, you don't have to even write to cabinet.
Let me clarify once again on the misconception that Makombe has placed. Is that it is also very disappointing that he doesn't know. When I said, that is very common knowledge that when the president announced that he is going to active politics, there are certain things that must be done. And part of what the government responded by doing, the matter was still active in court. The matter of saying, oh, he lost his benefits. So they were challenging to say, can you really lose the end benefits? Even if probably in the past they had ruled that. Now, that is not to say that he cannot comment. If he becomes, yes, like you are saying, even when he went to active, when he went back to active politics, he must be treated as such. He must be like, oh, he has gone back to active politics, then we are going to treat you as a politician. But being a politician does not stop you or make someone come and take you off the plane. It doesn't. It doesn't stop you from when you are.
When was he taken off the plane and why?
You don't know back home.
You want me to go back and start explaining when? He was lying. He was saying
even the sister herself. There's something.
They want me to go back and start explaining. I will send you.
You can explain.
I will send you the video. Don't worry about it. I'll send the video on this platform when that happens.
So what is your argument? What is your argument? So maybe we can be on the same page.
When he goes back to active politics, he has every right to be part of that political system. He has every right to be that.
I agree with you.
Yes, and he can comment on politics. He can do that, and he must not be going to be taken out of a meeting with a priest.
Nobody told him, Bakazila, nobody told the president not to comment when he announced that he was going back to politics.
You can't go back. The SCA wale kwata meeting na bapristi mwatuma bakapokora bati kamufumye nyimo kayeni. You can't do that. It is against the law. You understand? If mwale chita and you say, oh, that is not a mistreatment. It is also a mistreatment to the same way when President H wanted to get to Onitsipata Airport, wanting to go on the plane, and someone says, no, you need a permit. That was stupid. It doesn't, no matter how we look at it, to behave like that towards President H was not right. To come and say, oh, the meeting is not right. So in my view, if you are about who was mistreated, they were both mistreated each other. And it is
who
what
was the most mistreated? Come on now. Don't play with words.
No, I'm
who
not
was most abused of the two?
They were both abused each other. They abused
who
each
was
other.
The most abused?
It is my opinion. Get it? It is my opinion that was like we are giving yours. So it's a question of you arguing that was not abused and me arguing that it was. You are giving your opinion and don't override my opinion over yours. Yours, you are just giving an opinion like mine. A free thinking like you, I am also having my free thinking. So when you say no, I say yes. Let's tell to disagree to agree.
We disagree to agree. Then the Zambian people, I think,
they will judge. The Zambian people that are listening will judge that is this disagreement to agree making sense. And even the Zambian people, not everyone is going to be unanimous in agreeing with you or in agreeing with me. We are giving our personal opinions here. So some people are going to agree with me, other people will agree with you, and it is fine. We must be able to allow that kind of conversation to take place where we don't agree and disagree, because each one can listen and deduce that if this is the right thing. If a president is speaking to a priest, you go and check him out. Or if the president is going, no, this is okay, then people know. You see, let's learn to move on. When a person comes in, you correct the wrong things.
And I'm glad that HH never arrested Lungu.
It's not about abused or mistreated. It's not about being arrested.
No, I'm saying, I'm just adding, I'm agreeing with you, and I'm glad HH never arrested Lungu. He never spent even one day with myself.
President Lungu parliament, lay it on the floor and then remove my immunity. I'll answer for myself. He said that. Why didn't you take him to court? Because if he committed the crime, he should have been treated just like anyone else. There's no way about committing crime. Yes.
You know about immunity. You've been in government for 28 years.
Yes, go to parliament and remove it. What is stopping you?
So 2026, we're about to do that. This is breaking news.
I don't know about that. You were thinking about doing it.
We know about that.
So it remains undone. So
correct.
Stop talking about what you.
So don't say they should have just gone. No, there's a process.
You can't say I shouldn't say it. Why?
There's a process. You know that.
Okay.
No. Hold on. Stop telling me what I should say and that I shouldn't say. I'm not telling you what to say.
Nobody is telling anybody not what to say.
But don't say this. That's what you say.
This is the Benefits of Former President Act. Okay? Chapter 15 of the laws of Zambia.
I know it.
So I just want to clarify a point. A point that so that they know that it's coming from here. But it's in the laws of Zambia. Now, if you watch people, the argument are saying that he has been abused, they took away his benefits, they took away his pension. However, we didn't do that. Cheap page, it's the Zambian people. This wasn't done in the UPND regime. This is according to the 2016 Act when it was amended. Now, if you go to section B of the same, it will tell you this. A former president shall be disqualified from pension and other benefits conferred by this act. A, if he ceases to hold office on the ground of a willful violation of the Constitution or misconduct. Now, willful violation of the Constitution na misconduct. If you go deep, it will tell you, if you are getting all those pensions and then watampa kushta involve politics, then you're in violation. Then you're going to lose your pension and benefits. So it was his own doing. It wasn't the UPND government. So I want to venda Zambia. These things are free. You can just go and download. They are free so that everybody is informed. Let no people lie to you. There's no way the UPND government took away the pension, like the narrative that is being displayed. At all, the UPND government took away his pension. They did this, that. No. Cheap page constitution. Same thing. If the HH is no longer in government, if we violate this, each paper, this document will follow him. It's the same thing. So to ilave pana, let's not misguide abantu abaleonfwa the Zambian people.
What did I actually say which is misguiding?
So that's the thing. I think on that one we're done. Vadani has been too quiet. Vadani has been too quiet. Let's listen from Madani.
What did I say which is actually misleading?
You said like is, every other PF member is saying that they took away his pension.
They took away the misleading statement is when someone is alive, you took away all his benefits. That's the language the PF are using.
Yes,
now that is dead, you want to give him back his benefits.
Exactly.
That is the language every PF person is saying.
Even the so-called educated ones.
Can I explain why every PF?
No, let Danny talk, and then you can come at the end.
The language we are hearing is you can't take all the benefits from somebody when he's alive, and later on when he's dead, you want to give him back the dignity and the whatever. That's the language we're hearing. Everyone saying, "Oh, they took it away. They took away. They took away." No one took the benefits. They just followed the Constitution. They just enacted what is written in the Constitution. Nobody took the benefits. Lungu willingly said, "I don't want these benefits at Kwale any tundalama to with it." What's that Mumbipiri? I remember Mumbipiri saying, "What was the secretary chanta to take a fire? Not Kwataka. They were even saying that Lungu has so much money that he doesn't need the benefits. Openly, that's what PF was saying. Goman Musambo was saying it openly. That they don't need the benefits. He doesn't need the benefits. He's so loaded.
He was even singing at Naritumpa.
So there was Mumbipiri was saying in the Lama to benefit to penny, that type of thing. So it's just the PF people, to be honest, to me, the way I look at it, they like misinforming people.
Yes.
And then they want to look good in the eyes of the public. When in actual fact,
it's a criminal enterprise.
Yes, the biggest criminal enterprise ever. By the way, just to show you, how criminal they were. Let me just give one example. I'm not going to mention names. Chandagazia will know this. One of the PF guys had, for the first time in Zambia, he had a $5 million pottery running pottery operation in Makeni. Okay?
The former SG.
Automated. Everything was computerized. They were bringing technicians to come and maintain the pottery farm in Makeni from China. The moment they lost, I'm not mentioning names. This person now kafa ka blue chip muma computers ya mu poultry house. Ya mangana. Bringing a technician from China was $15,000-$20,000 to fly him and do it. So this poultry thing is on sale as we speak today, and nobody can buy it because it was so automated that. So this is how bad these guys were. You have automated $10 million.
Criminal enterprise.
1,000 kwacha. $10 million. This is where we lose the focus in conversation.
I digress a little bit. That's
I
how
am going to remind you. You see, you are the worst liars the world has ever seen.
Anyway, let's go back to the.
Let Madani finish his point.
No, then a casual worker today you own shares in the mine from the street. I'm not mentioning names.
Anyway, no. We're going to open a different can of worms.
But that was talking. You never stopped him.
No, but he hasn't finished. Has he finished?
He's done. He's finished.
I haven't.
No, he hasn't.
He's not done.
Okay,
Let him get done.
When you are done, then I'll come back to speak.
Okay. So this is what I was saying, and I think this thing of telling the world that Lungu was mistreated. It's a fallacy. It's a lie.
True. They took his benefits. Anyway, so Wakazia, you can come. Oh, Badani, are you done or? Oh, Badani, are you there? I think we lost him.
Okay. You see, apano mbamwe fatambo kula ndama politics. Imwe kumwe banelanda tu ya angels imwe. Mwayambire no kufiwa kapera makufimu. You lied to the Zambian people like crazy. To the point that no left street was na mass street demonstrations but under 300 kwacha, this is what you're going to buy. You came when the force would kubepa fya abantu. Mwaba pomba koto, and the internet is littered with words like, oh, I can gain up, I can over 10 hours, dollars I can drop on radio stations across the country.
And the dollar did drop.
The question is that which one? What is the dollar now?
The kwacha appreciated when that indicated
terms 50 kwacha. You were giving up.
That was the figure of speech.
250 kwacha.
That was the figure of speech.
You were giving teachers. What did you tell about teachers? Go and say teacher have upgraded. You be upgraded and given the money. What is happening right now?
We had 50,000 teachers.
It is not me. You were the ones that were lying to them. A casual worker from Ale Bombapa National Breweries, I'm not mentioning names. No owns shares in mind from Katondo Street Bakuman. No, I am not organized Makada's street. UPND. Like, don't poke sleeping dogs. Let sleeping dogs lie. The level of fear and manipulation is Vandeta Manalandesh. Akachelo, Mulabepo, Akachelo Mwabepa, Akasuma Mwabepa, Ichungulo Mwabepa. What happens? Mweka, which Mwawese Shababen Mwaleka, and Valemi Timobaka Wala, Mulekana. Medication in hospitals. If Mwamba Roku Banombe Patala. What do you want? Why do you want to manipulate things? These things are there.
On medication, we
are losing funding from the US on drugs. They know my American embassy. What if America?
Are you sure that's the reason Zambia is losing funding?
You see, you might be the only Jew in Jerusalem. Read, go there on the internet and read.
You're in Canada, right?
These things are factual.
They are not factual. Stop misleading people.
What were you saying about fuel? Fuel, you ended up tripling it. What were you telling people? Fertilizer.
Fuel 50 shani. What is type of fuel 50 kwacha ku Zambia? When did you buy fuel 50 kwacha ku Zambia? Bakazira. Nini samwa shitirepo fuel 50 kwacha per gallon.
Nchilanda 50 kwacha, ndela ndati 30 kwacha, mwadifisha fuel 30 kwacha. 50 kwacha kuisana imwe.
Oh, mwachipunda 50. Mwachipunda 50 kwacha.
Ufita bwawa mabakombe, mwilabe pa abantu, tuapapata. When you want to tell, just tell people the truth, they will appreciate it. Stop being manipulative. You are the most that you guys that don't want to tell the president the truth, you are the worst enemies of him. When things go, whatever way to come and justify when it is wrong. When it is wrong, it is wrong.
Have you seen any good that we have done in the 4 years?
I have by not recommended you can. And I comment and I can still commend you if you want to hear my commendation again.
Okay. So let's move ahead. I think we've tackled this left, right, and center, and it's clear. According to former President Benefit Act, okay, Chapter 15 of the laws of Zambia. Okay, anybody can access this document. Twirabepa abantu kubekula bepa abantu atyo ye bali bapoka ama benefits ye monene ofo bale bachita abuse. No, yave naveke eba lembere nkalata ku cabinet teje mwe bantu akwalesa chirefwayo kuba mu retirement ndefo kuwera kuma politics. And according to everybody, it's there on the internet, ba mumbipiri, she even approached him. Bale fumina court bali kweta chutumira ndu bakwe nokubeba imwe ili aleta mwale mbaili ya cabinet kabie nikaifunye niko muise mubwere vyema politics, and he did that. Tapali ababekere, nobody put a gun to his head. He did it at his own, on his own self. I mean, he made that decision on his own to say, I'm coming back in politics. And then according namafunde ya chalo cha Zambia ngamwachite fyo, you lose your benefits. So te UPND government ya abasendere ama benefits. He himself made that decision to say, I will lose my benefits because I want to come back in politics. So I think let's make that clear, and let's all agree on that one.
Can you allow me to question you, Bachanda? One question.
One.
Can you allow me to ask you a question and I will let you speak?
Ask.
The question that I have is that we take it that the law is very clear about how the president is supposed to be treated when he's when he gets back in active politics. What does the same law say in death?
Okay. About what specifically?
About when the former president dies. What does the same law say?
No, your question is vague.
No,
what does it say? It says a lot.
Can I also help on that?
Yes, I would love to hear what
it
the law
says. What do you want to know?
I want to know what the act says in case of a death of a former president who is in active politics.
A dead person is not.
Who's in active politics?
If the president, the question, let me rephrase the question. The question is this: what does the law say on a president, a former president who is in active politics at the time of his death?
Okay, so so it reverts. What happens? It reverts.
Which section of the law reverts that?
No. We want to acquire. So okay, hold on. I was just reading about it. Makombe, get in. Let me find it for him.
Correct. I think this is throwing things in the air. What specific law do you want to understand? Because if a president dies, the vice president is acting president, right? And then a state funeral is arranged. So what more do you want?
What PF is asking here?
No, not PF. It is me.
No, I'm asking. Okay.
Answer me. It is my question asking you.
Be specific.
The police here. Yes. So don't bring PF in there. It is me you are explaining to.
Yes.
Okay, be specific.
Let me
the
explain.
Specifics are these, and I'm going to ask again. Let me repeat the question to Makombe Wonfwe as you are responding. My question was, what does this former presidency act say for a former president who dies when he's in active politics?
Can I
Oh,
answer that?
so now I was thinking you are saying a current president dies.
No. I mean,
Okay.
Yeah.
That question was asked in the South African High Court for the one reason. Dr. Kavesha said in court, and that's why probably some PF members are always asked that. That's the third time I've heard that question being asked on the platform. The Kavesha told the South African High Court that since the president died without benefits, we lift those that ban upon death, because a dead body doesn't practice politics. He's out of politics. So why should we punish the dead body for not having
Is there a law, Badani? Is there a law?
There is precedence.
There's precedence. Yeah, and then there's an act.
There is no precedence for a president who died in active politics. A former president who died in active politics, there's no precedence around that.
No, I'm saying former presidents. There's a precedent.
I'm saying about
Bakaunda died. No, Bakazia, let me come in. Bakaunda died. He was a former president, right?
He was not in
President
active
Chiluba.
politics.
No, let me finish. Let me build up my point.
You're not answering my question.
I'm coming to your question. You are saying you are saying, what does the law say when a former president dies?
That's what. Let me repeat the question. The question is.
No, I know. I get your question.
What does the law say on a former president in active politics and dies?
And dies. Ninja, I even know what he's saying. You know.
What does the law say?
We've never had any. There's no law. There's
There's no answer. There's no law. Thank you.
Okay, hold on. Ladies, so we got a lady who just joined us, Emily. We welcome you to our show. Just introduce yourself and where you're joining us from.
Hello, my name is Emily Molenga. I'm joining from New Jersey, actually. I'm UPND USA East Coast chapter. Thank you.
Nice. Thank you very much. So, you've just come at the time that we've been dissecting the former President Act. Of course, we heard or we hear the stories every day. That are being said that the government took away former president's benefits. There, Vakazia is convinced and he now knows that no, it wasn't taken. It's the law that actually did it. And then now he's changed the story or the question.
I have not changed.
No. You've twisted the question. So the question now is changed. It's now the tone has changed. Like if I can use what John sang was a voice. The tone has changed. So the tone has changed now. You're asking a question to say, okay, since he was a former president, what does the law say about him? Or in simpler terms, if I understand what you're asking, that you're not asking, because you're not being specific. You're not being specific.
Please.
Can I answer it, Bachand? I think I understand it very well.
Don't ask me.
I understand what Bakazila is asking.
What he's saying that if a former president who in active politics, then he's not entitled to state funeral. That's where he's going.
Let me disagree with him. I have a point here. Let me disagree with him. Let me disagree with you, Bakazila. Here's the law. The former president was back in politics, right? Was active in politics. We have a law that talks about a former president who dies, right? Do you agree that we have a law that talks about a former president who dies? Do you agree?
Yes, I agree.
Thank you. So the former president who is ECL, who died, but then was still active in politics. We have no law to a former president who died. Let me finish. A former president who dies, but still is in active politics. Lungu belongs to the two sets here. He's the former president, right?
Uh-huh.
So that law that we have for a former president, he qualifies. And this is the reason why he's being given a state funeral. And Makabe said, he even said, the Attorney General said, now we'll go and sit down and consult so that we can make a law that goes further to say somebody who is a former president and still in politics, when they die, what should we do? We'll go further. That's what he said. ECL here qualifies to be a former president. So
Yes,
we
and
are going to use that law. How is he treated when he's dead? That law, he's a former president. That's the reason why he's being accorded a state funeral.
We have gone past one, which I agree with, that there is no law that talks about the former president who dies in active politics, but there is a law on how to deal with him when he's in active politics. And
No. That's not what we're saying. There's a law with how to deal with the president a former president who dies. Do you agree? You said yes.
But you are agreeing to you are disagreeing to what you have already said.
No. Umfweni, let me explain this very slowly so you understand. Are you agreeing with me, Bakazira Umfweni? Are you agreeing with me that right now there is a law on how a former president who dies should be treated? Do you agree?
I have in fact agreed to say.
No. Just say yes or no, so we make progress.
No.
Then I'll further explain.
Stop. No, you're
Bakazira, do you agree that there is a law that talks
about? I don't know how many times you want me to agree? And I wanted to tell you what.
Okay, let me continue now. Let me continue. So is ECL not a former president? No, let me repeat the point.
You see, can I tell you something?
Well, okay, go ahead. Then.
If I tell you what I have understood, then you are not going to know what I have not understood.
But I haven't finished building my point. I wanted you to agree or disagree.
I've agreed with.
Okay, then let me finish my point.
Can you let Vakombe finish?
Bakazira.
Okay, don't ask me until you finish, so that I can.
Yes. Okay. So. Coming back to the panel and the viewers, Wakazila has just agreed, it's on record, that there is a law that talks about how a former president who dies should be treated. There is a law. So that is the law that we are applying here. ECL is a former president who has died. It is a fact. So we are applying that law now to give him a state funeral. As simple as all that. Bakazira wants to kick it further. But we are remaining there. He's a former president.
Okay. No. Let's do this. Let's do this. Let's welcome other minds here.
Okay, before the other minds,
the lady can come in and say.
Yeah, but you see, the lady would come in from. She hasn't heard from me. So I would rather that she digresses, she discusses both what Vakomba said and mine together, so that at least she understands even what I'm trying to say. I posed the question: is there a law? Vakomba said there is no law. So I said there is a law that tells us what to do when the former president comes back in active politics in terms of losing all the things, and when he dies, there is a law that speaks to how he should be handled. That is what Vakomba said. Now, my question was, what does the current law say about the president who's dead? One of it is the state funeral.
Okay. Modeli.
Is that state funeral mandatory?
Wakazia, don't complicate issues here. When the former president dies, whether he's in active politics or not, he's still going to be given a state funeral.
That's my point.
Now we money.
Vakombe na Bachanda. I have this funeral compulsory.
Yes, it is. It's law.
Have you seen what
it's law.
Read the law now. Read what it says. Go to the section and read it for us.
Well, funeral expenses on his death. Okay? All funeral expenses. All funeral expenses on his death.
Yes,
the section 12. Section 12.
Yes. Yes.
So, meaning that for whether you are a active politics or not, funeral expenses after your death will be handled by the government.
Very good. I want to talk about the state funeral. Ask state funeral. Go to
Tele mko bambia ma chances vengiremo vakazira mwakokola sana.
There's only one document here which says
my last
benefit.
contribution on this is this. The state funeral is not compulsory because it can be accepted or it can be declined. The state funeral is not something that even you are from
no, but the former president is the property of the state.
You've gone to another topic.
No, I'm trying to first to tell you exactly.
No, you've gone to another topic.
Can be accepted or can be rejected.
You were trying to
why did ECO make the same argument by KK?
That's another topic. Okay. Okay. Wakazia, hold on. Let's welcome Emily. I don't know what you can contribute on this one, but I think you get the gist of what we've been discussing. So we want to hear your 2 cents on the whole issue and the matter. Was the ECO abused? It was the benefit taken away by the UPND government? So what are we looking at here? We want to find out, because the narrative on the internet or around the UPND followers at Valley Pocket, I'm a benefit, and then Valley still abused. So Nishi Valley for state funeral.
Okay, my 2 cents, I don't know.
Sorry?
I think she's muted.
Yeah, I think you're muted.
Hello? Sorry, I was getting an incoming call. For me, I don't think ESL was, the former president was abused. He was just surrounded by the wrong people who guided him wrongly. And he was around people who were like, thugs. I don't know. That's how I feel. When Kenneth Kaunda passed away, when the former president, our first president, Dr. Kenneth Kaunda passed away, they were the same people who didn't want HH to attend the funeral.
Yes.
He watched the funeral in his living room. He didn't even attend.
Correct.
Why should it change for them? What's so special about them? And why should rules now come in and say, oh no, there was no law, why wasn't this addressed during Kaunda's time? I think everybody's just looking at this situation as ESL, he was abused, he was this. There was no abuse. No one took anything away from him. I think he caused all those things on his own. Once you give up your benefits and go back into politics, I think there's a law that covers that.
Yes.
So I don't know why now they're saying HH is the one who did all these things. HH didn't do nothing. They're just upset with one Tonga man. You're not even upset with the Tonga tribe. You're just upset with one Tonga man.
That is
who has brought change? Who's trying to show you Zambians that you need to work? You need to change your mindset. People need to change how they do things. Things cannot just be about corruption. And the PF people are just blinded by anger because maybe they didn't even expect they were going to win. That thing that really eats them up, that they didn't win. They were really thinking they were going to win. But people were fed up with what they were doing. So for me, I don't think ESL was abused. And it's sad that his people dragged him in all these things even until death, instead of letting the man just enjoy his retirement. They could have used him as a source of contact to get information on how to do things, but to drag him in all these things was not required, even when they knew he was sick. That's the sad part about it. The man was sick. They could have let him just enjoy the last years he had. But just because they want to prove points and make HH look bad and make HH look like he's a very mean person, he's this guy who's, I don't even understand. it baffles me that even PF, I have friends who argue with me and say, "Oh, you don't understand. It's because the Kenneth Kaunda family were not together. That's why they decided to bury with the government. Only one child disagreed and all that." I said, "It's not even about that. This thing has been going on. Why didn't they make noise then about the law? But now, because it has happened to them, now they want the law to work for them. It's not fair." That's all I can say.
All right. So let's
I can respond to her as well.
no,
No, let's have other people come in.
hold on, Wakazia, hold on.
We
got
other people have responded, they're coming.
yeah. Let other people join in. We got Wasim Konda is calling from Zambia, so let's let him put his 2 cents on this one, because you know how Zambia network is. So Wasim Konda, we've been discussing well, right now we're discussing about Lungu. Oh, it's dropped out before I even finish. So
yeah, right.
So that's what it is. So in any case, like what Emily is saying, you know, when Wakaunda died, you know, the government at that time, which was the Patriotic Front government, put it clearly to say, look, his wishes in his will, actually, he said, when I die, I want to be buried next to my wife, Ufamu. Now, even him, Valungu dying, it's not even in his will. It's not even in it's just hearsay. You see? So nobody even really knows if that's what he really said. Or people just said it after he died, and then they say, you know what I'm saying? Because it's nowhere, it's not written anywhere. Anyway. So now imagine this. Imagine this. Compare a hearsay and something written on a will. The government at that time, which is the Patriotic Front, went against the Kaunda family to say, no. This, they made a judgment, yet went to court. Okay? The Kaunda family sued the government, and they went to court. And the court ruled to say, however, your family wishes are not more important than national issues. So national issues and public interest overrides a family issues or family interest. So that's where that precedence comes in now. Moment. So now people are saying that, okay, where is the law? Like you like to ask Bagazia, where is the law? A law sometimes it cannot just be written. The precedence that's been set also is a law. If you molesta Devon law, sometimes we are under X versus Y. They did this, so I'm going to use that example. Okay, so Chimochine, Kaunda family versus the government. This applies here. One. So it's in a whitewash. That's why even Wakabesha was saying, like, look, our law is on the law is on our side. Yeah? Where them, the best thing they could have done is just go talk to the government. Boom. So all these things that are coming up, trying to brew a storm in a teacup, it doesn't make sense. It doesn't make sense.
If I can tell you one thing, what is baffling everybody that is not agreeing with you, the UPND colleagues?
It's not everybody, it's just you.
Imwe na muchita insist pachitumbi chidi chenu. You have literally dug in. Eno imwe bonse imwe na mutsende what chenu ni mwebo. We can't understand the family. Yes, you can't understand them, and we don't expect you to understand because without having to come and discuss this conversation that is there. What is causing this? Imwe, when people tell you what we are uncomfortable with, you downplay it. When you downplay it, you think that because the formula tontonkanya is the only logical thing to do. If you don't tontonkanya, bambita filipanga sense. And you know, if you want to resolve a problem, you must first of all drop that what you are thinking is right and what the other person is thinking is wrong. You go to the table neutral. not accumulate things.
Okay. So let's
give sort out anything. And number two, I want to be clear. I did not say that the UPND is the one that got the benefits away. I said, listen, the law that you applied is being challenged, and this is what I said. The law that was applied to ECL, even when it was applied to KK, it has been challenged, and there's a court matter right now to determine that can a person who has earned a pension lose it, be it president and everything else. I don't have a problem with the law. I do not have.
Vacancy, you're talking about two different things. You're talking about two different things.
The problem that I have is this: in the law that you are citing, first of all, a state funeral can be conferred on anybody, and anyone can refuse, including ECL. We can refuse the same way State House has been used, the same argument that everyone else is using. State House, every president has lived in the State House. Why has President HH to stay at his house? Because there is no law forcing him to stay in his State House. There is no law that is forcing.
Okay.
They can interject in him.
Okay, question so that we give chance to Basim Konde Valande Konavena, Opo Internet Tairaya. Basim Konde, are you there?
Yes, I'm here. How are you, everyone?
Okay, we're good. Everybody's good. We are just discussing the saga, the Lungu family versus the government saga. I know you're obviously up to speed. Give us the you're the one in Zambia right now. Give us the mood. What's happening? What are people saying on the streets? And we're trying to debunk whether ECL was abused, or if the government took away his benefits and he was abused in such a way that they don't want the government to honor him as a former president. What's your take? Go ahead.
I think it's gone.
Oh, he's gone again? Okay, but Danny.
To me, this is as Kavisha said in the court in South Africa, the position that Lungu himself took during when Kaunda died and overriding the family interest. That was what really won the case in court. That was the finishing thing. There was no way the family of Lungu would have won that case after giving that example in court of saying they sided with the Zambian courts. The government led by Lungu at that time said no, family interest comes second. So that was the end. The judges were shaking their heads, and I knew that it was the end of that case. Now, the other interesting thing that I see here is the burial site. I keep on saying this because I foresee this situation coming later. Probably on Monday, we're going to hear this, where the judges are going to say, okay, can we give you permission to go and bury this body in Malaysia? Okay, why South Africa? Because the Lungu family have no reason to give why they've chosen South Africa as a burial place for their loved ones. Zero. No reason. And when they challenged them at first, they told them, why have you chosen here? Do you know that it's against the law to just come and bury someone here unless you have ties like property? And they bought property immediately. So they are buying things as they go just to legitimize their burial of their loved one in South Africa. Why South Africa is a question. Why not India? Why not Japan?
Now I hear they want to go property mansion.
Yeah, so it doesn't make sense to me. So I don't, and they feel, and this entitlement that they feel that they are welcome in South Africa, they can bury their loved one in South Africa, they can do anything in South Africa, they can use the courts of law. I don't know where they got this entitlement from. They just feel that South Africa, they can use the system, they can do whatever they want to do in South Africa. And people are protesting outside. People are protesting, people are saying, get out, go away, do this. But then they think, oh, this is our home. South Africa is our home. We're going to bury here. Everything will be, to be honest, even when they bury their loved one in South Africa, they will not be welcomed by South Africans there. Zambia is their home. They just need to bring the body back home. Anyway, now this question of, let me just to clarify what Machanda was saying, there's no law, there's no law, there's no law. When you're doing mathematics, there's a big set and a subset and something. For example, if someone says when a Zambian dies, we do this. That's the big law, okay? When a Zambian dies, we will give a state funeral, for example. And then Machanda said, no, but we want to know what happens if a Zambian with Bemba dies. No, we don't want a subset. We are already saying the former president will be accorded a state funeral. That's a law, okay? And now you want to go in. No. But the one who was inactive or not active, no. The big picture is he was a former president, as Rakombe said. He was a former president. And then that's the big picture we're using right now. Going in detail now said, oh, no, he's a Zambian, but he was Bemba, he was Lozi, not to do. No, that will come later, as Kabesha said. For now, we are applying the law which says a Zambian former president. Chapwa, it's simple. So why are we going now to start subsetting the subsets and the subset of a subset, trying to say no, but he wasn't a former president, but he was active. No, it was not. No. Let's use the law. Let's use the law that is there right now. Why do you want another law?
But Danny, before you finish, you need to distinguish which Chanda you're talking about. For the sake of the viewers. For the sake of the viewers,
What Chanda is saying, let's create another law. We can't create another law. Kabesha said.
First of all, Chanda, please, and I still beg this. I think it doesn't make a lot of sense that in Evo, I should be interdicted. When I interject, you all run around. Hey, like Kokulanda. I think
hello, I'm back.
Finally.
Okay, thank you. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Yes, my network is not treating me well. It's not, yeah. So I think we've talked a lot, especially on the death of the former President ECL. And I think in everything, yes, we can talk, we can argue, the PF, they can bring whatever they can bring, but one point that you have to understand that always, I think we need to use a common sense in certain things. And I think it's very, very dangerous, especially ruled by the for 10 years, failing to understand just a simple things. Yes, there is no law, but we have a common and we have norms that we're supposed to follow, which lead the society. Start doing things anyhow the way we feel like. For example, I can give you this example. Where we, all Zambians, I think we have where we are coming from and everything. For example, Imfumu Ngayafwa, who's supposed to announce the death of Imfumu? Then when you go back, is there a law which said this is the person who's supposed to announce? Who's supposed to attend? Can you go and give a junior to say we are going to chair this or we are going to officiate this? Abantu balami monashani. So even in this, these issues, there's a common, you need to use the common sense. Yes, we can say there's no law, but you have norms, which is governs ourselves. That's defined to say we are human beings. So there's no argument here. Ise was supposed to be buried in Zambia. That's so. Why in South Africa? He was a president for where? In Zambia, whether he was treated okay, not treated okay. That person is supposed to come back to Zambia. Regardless of the treatment he was treated. Oh. We are not talking about how he was treated, how it, whatever. We are talking about someone is gone.
Okay.
Let's bury everything and put everything back and move forward. who should attend the funeral, this person attend. Why are we bringing all these issues? Why? We are Zambians. Whether that person treated you well or not, he can attend. What are we going to lose? He's the head of state. The one who died is what? He's the former head of state. We can't go and give a junior to say we are going to spearhead this. Where does it work? It doesn't work like that. So for me, what I can say, all these arguments that we are trying to bring, unless if there's something hidden agenda that maybe the country, the family don't want to know, or the PF, because all this were engineering a PF. If the PF, they can come forward to say, let's bring the former head of state here. Even the family, I think I think let's just go and do this. But the people in forefront are PF supporting. That's why now we've reached where we've reached today. I submit, Bachand.
Thank you very much,
Okay.
Vasu Kondeba. But Emily, you keep on dropping in and out. I'm sure you got something to say.
No,
Oh,
I'm sorry. I just keep sorry, I was doing something. Sorry.
That's fine. That's fine. Quite.
And Vachand, for me, and I think this is where the dividing line is. Ama opinions yenu imwe. Just look at imwe bonse mwe from the UPND. Na inene ulelanda from the other group, whether the PF, Bitons, and everyone who doesn't agree with you. You are not addressing the concerns that we are having. Mule monama concerns yes, as they don't make sense.
What concerns do you have?
The concerns that we have are this. Vasmukonda, and I'm going first of all to Vasmukonda. Vasmukonda, even in any time, therefore sharp. Ichirilonga chachitika. Umuntunga tamwale umfwana. Family kuti yakutamsha pachirilo. Fumapa. It doesn't make sense that tetwale umfwana in life. Ero nomba ulefa uso champion in my day. There must be things that must be done for you to be accepted in my funeral when I'm not there. The family of me who is there, they are the ones that will deal with you and will determine what happens. That is why the South African law gives power to what? To the family. Because uliofwile alikwata abantu. But abantu bashelepo mufwile mwa umfwana nabo. If you are going to go and say, hey, they will dig in. They will dig in. If you have to patikisha, because tamulefaya ukumfefela ndaba nenu. So if you want to let to land, we feel pity.
So who wronged who in first?
I have been telling you to say President ECL and President HH, they were not seeing eye to eye.
Through the chair.
Why?
That is unfair. But
let Vakazia finish, and then Makombe, you can come in. But what I can say, it wasn't a personal issue.
No, but you can say it wasn't a personal issue. And this is where the problem is. If I say it's a personal issue and you say it is not a personal issue, at which point do we converge to understand when I say a personal issue, what are the elements of what I call personal? And you, when you say it's not a personal issue, what elements are you putting in there to say it's not a personal issue? Because if we differ from just that statement, the rest we will not converge on one point. When I tell you to say they were not seeing eye to eye, because by President HH, very quite a problem. How he was treated in opposition. He had that when every time he sat down to speak, he was talking about how he was mistreated in opposition. He did not speak about
it wasn't a lie.
Through the chair.
But it's not a lie. It's the truth.
You're giving me chance again, you're jumping in. Neither was it a lie that when President HH took over, President Edgar Lungu started suffering the same thing. Number one, corona. Number two, 3, banning him to travel. We're wrong.
Isi otape mapotia gasi. Tell me sapo
That
bullet.
is the narrative that is so cheap.
Okay.
Through the chair,
And then you want us
10
to come and
minutes,
say,
19 seconds.
Vakazia.
tiriafa nomba tape mapwefi tachitama kuti mwakuti okay murekeni tumuchike munchira chene tulefayo
No. Through the
What
chair.
you want
Through the
to
chair.
do
Let's
now,
correct a few things.
I think it's time is
Murekeni
Vakazia.
tushike in privacy.
Through the
No.
chair. Through the
Yeah,
chair.
that is how we're going to demean the
Mr.
funeral.
Kazia. Mr. Kazia.
Murekeni tumuchike in that man.
Through the
Okay,
chair.
10 to 4 never, 10 to
No.
4.
They are very
So,
disrespectful,
Vakazia,
guys.
We
We
need
are
to go
very
to the next
disrespectful.
topic. We need to go to the next topic. So,
Yes,
Vakazia,
that's
okay,
the
fine.
next- We are very, very disrespectful.
Okay,
No, he
we've
said
had-
two things that are very wrong that I wanted to address.
No, that's
Okay, let's
very
okay. Vakazia,
disrespectful.
we've had your submission. We've had your submission.
Let's move to the next one, Barbatan. Because that we have
But
made.
not tumpwa. Now puita. You've made 2 points. We've had them.
You see, every time I start to speak, you
Through the chair. I think
I will
don't.
do the
can't be
same
saying
now.
the same
Anyone
thing
who
over and
comes
over.
on this matter, I will jump in.
You can be making your point in 1 minute. Yeah,
Go ahead,
Ndabaleke.
Make a point.
Go
in what
ahead,
they thought.
Vakombe. Vakombe, go ahead.
That's
Through
what
the
I want
chair.
to say. Stop talking about me.
Thank you very much. I think we should time our comments. If it's 1
That's
minute,
not
we
it.
should make it in 1 minute. Not that the 10 minutes you are still explaining. No. Two things here that I want to contradict for Balandaba, that I want to point out that are so wrong for Balandaba.
And I'm going to
One,
respond
he's
to
given
those
an
two
example. He's given an example of if a person dies and my relatives don't like the other guy, they can say this person should not attend the funeral. See, I want to let him know that ECL was not an ordinary man like him and I.
You treated
ECL is
him
a
the
former
same way.
president.
What are you talking
No,
about?
let me finish. Let me finish. You just spoke and you're still talking.
Vakazia, hold your horses.
Calm down. Calm down. Calm down. Ashelifani na Ngoesi, calm down. Calm down. You see, that's the problem. Let me finish. Let me finish.
Let me finish.
Okay.
Vakazia, let
That's
me
it.
finish.
Help
Go
me.
ahead, Vakombe,
Do
go
I
ahead.
still have the floor? So
Yes, you
the
have.
example that he
100%.
gives, the example that he gives, where two people who are not friends, and one of them dies, and the other family says this guy should not attend the funeral. He says it happens. I want to tell him that ECL was not an ordinary person. ECL is a former president. That's one. Two, there's precedence. The South African government cannot just say, because the family doesn't want HH or the government to be involved, therefore the family should bury. No. What is the law in Zambia? What does the law say, or the precedents? Those are very important points. So when you give examples trying to minimize this situation by giving examples of ordinary people, you are not saying the truth and you're not helping the cause. So that's my point.
Okay. So, Emily, Emily, can you put up your contribution on this one?
My contribution, my example, my dad was a brigadier general. He died. So when he's being buried and he's, now he's dead, does that eliminate his position?
No, he's still.
So it's the same as ESL. He's still the former president and he deserves to be given the dignity that he's supposed to get. The family is holding on to stuff that doesn't make sense. It's irrelevant.
Very
relevant. That position should never be taken away from him. You have taken him, they're dragging him to the mud. The man needs dignity. Bury him in dignity. If you don't want the HH to come there, fine. The vice can come. You can compromise. But give him the salutes that he needs to be given. I submit.
I think Emily, I think at this point where it has reached, it's not a matter of whether HH attends or not. And I think there's something sinister about the whole thing. That's why even it's bringing or brewing all these conversations to say, is somewhere seated drinking.
That is just crap. That's just total crap.
No,
How can
but
people start entertaining that kind of thought?
no, but hey, what's the hullabaloo? So people need to understand.
What is it?
So, but let me just finish. Let me just finish what I'm saying.
We can go to the next topic, but under this thing.
Yeah, so just to close it up, so that everybody understands this. Now, the Republic of Zambia, the laws of Zambia, okay, the benefits of the former President Act, Chapter 15 of the President, okay, of the laws of Zambia. Sorry, A4. President, former president. It doesn't specify to say, because I want to answer you. It doesn't specify to say whether he became active or not, or he died whether he was active, or he died whether he wasn't active. It doesn't specify that. All it says, former president. He died as a former president, whether he was active in politics or not. The big point is this: he died as a former president. So these are the things that he gets. 1, an office. 2, a personal secretary. 3 security persons. Number 4, 3 cars with free maintenance and petrol entitlement to the extent determined by cabinet. But only 1 car for the surviving spouse. Number 5, 3 drivers, but only 1 for the surviving spouse. Number 6, 1 administrative assistant who shall be at the level of deputy PS. I think you know what that means.
No, for me, I know everything we are reading, I know them.
Number 7. Number 7. No. Number 7.
I don't think you are reading to me. You are reading to the viewers, to the listeners.
No, yes,
whatever
this program is about. This program is about the viewers, not you.
So go ahead and read to them. Yes.
Yeah. So that people don't get confused. So 3 house employees, which a number may be increased by cabinet. A diplomatic passport for the former president and his spouse. Finished house built or bought in Zambia by the state at the place of the former president's choice and ownership shall be transferred to him. Medical insurance for the former president and his spouse. In each year, return ticket for the former president and his spouse. The last one, number 12. Funeral expenses on his death. So I think that seals everything. That concludes everything. So everybody that's is saying at all, why should they honor him? It's part of the document. It's part of the act. It's part of the laws. He should be honored because Zambia. Sometimes when people are used to not to follow laws and all that stuff, but let's close it up. I think we need to move on. Let's talk about 1 or 2 issues. So I believe people were claiming that this social media guy Waimi was dead, especially the opposition, Natali. I think it has been revealed that he's actually alive and was going to court. So
I think PF you to London wakazira.
And he was assassinated. But he got assassinated.
It's AI. It's IA.
Who is going first?
It's you.
I can start.
Okay, then keep quiet and listen.
How many minutes?
Yeah.
Abduct abantu. When people become specialists in abducting people, Ray Amonga, question, what did he say? That we should be quiet. There is nothing that is true about it. Vajaki Mwimbu, zero quiet. The entire government system was quiet about where YME was, even as stupid as he was. The question of YME being dead was created because people started to speculate because the state, which had actually abducted him from wherever he was quiet. They could have very clearly said, he's been arrested, he is in this part of the country, and he's going to appear in court soon and stuff like that, rather than denying it. Why would you deny that? Because why me, I do not subscribe to anything that why me was doing. But I subscribe to him being treated in the right way. Filipine, ichibokolo chena chaliba free. Chaliba free, protected. Bale tukeshana na waimi, ale tukabaisi, ale tukabantu ichibokolo, chichiliapo chili. Waimi, ale samis behave, wabu tukabaya mutapa, wherever they found him, and then abducted him, and all of a sudden, he shows up at court. This is not just. Even if Alex Tefia Bukuba, this way of handling people should not be tolerated. Nga umuntu narufyanya. Let the due process of the law happen. Not umuntu abantu that yalifa badu pepa no bufya yalifa. People like this at enough because they were creating speculations that government can act. How does the government be in possession of a person and never disclose where that person is who is in custody because he is deemed innocent until proved guilty? How do you keep an innocent person underground and then this innocent person comes and shows up at court? Was he convicted of anything? When did he pass through the process of the criminal procedures? I worked for the National Prosecution Authority myself. I am a gazetted public prosecutor. It will be very problematic for government when a trial within a trial is done on why me if he says he was tortured. We should not be allowing our government to behave like that. No matter how bad
through the chair. Can we all come in? There's 6 people here.
Okay, Vakazia, you have done your submission.
How many minutes?
Let me come in. Indeed. Okay, I'll be very quick. Through the chair. Thank you so much. Again, Vakazira is misusing words. He is saying, let me finish. Allow me to speak.
Just say what you have to say.
Allow me to speak.
Can you let him say? Can you let him qualify his point? Let him
qualify.
Just say your point. I didn't say conversation.
Let him say. Let him speak, please. Please.
Let me start from the beginning. Maybe
we don't want to be here the whole night.
Correct. Let me start from the beginning. I think he didn't hear me. I want to correct what he's saying. He's misleading people. He's using words like abduct.
Just give yourself.
There's a difference, Makazira, between there's a difference between being abducted and being arrested. Okay, you are assuming he was abducted. He was arrested.
Yes,
no. Let me finish. You had your time so that everybody speaks.
Yeah.
He was. Why me was arrested? Okay. When somebody, mama, no problem. But PF problem. Calm down. You see now. The man spoke for 6 minutes.
Can you please have order? Because if this happens, then we're not gonna be having any conversation. Let's have a conversation, okay? Everybody gave you time to speak. Makombe, go ahead.
Anyway, he's using words like abducted. Okay, those are extreme words. He's doing that deliberately. That's one. There's a difference between being arrested and being abducted. When you are arrested, it's a legal arrest, right? Why he was arrested? Because we got wind of where he was. And the police, obviously, if he was in Zimbabwe, they got the permit from the country and they arrested him. So this thing of throwing an illegal thing at abducted should end. That's one. Two, the government was not obliged to tell Vakazila whom they were investigating or interviewing. This thing of saying the government was asked and the government was quiet. The government, sometimes some investigations, you don't announce what you're doing because it compromises the whole process. It taints the environment. Okay, so there's a reason why the government did not come out and state that they had him. There's a reason why. So this thing of saying he was abducted and then we had the right to know whether he was arrested or not. No, you didn't have the right, Vakazila. There's no law that says the government or Bakapokolanga Bakwikata, they are supposed to announce Pativiati, Francis Natumuikata Lelo, Elo Tulamchita investigate Parifinef. No, there are investigations that take part and they are not announced for reasons that if maybe they are announced, certain leads that are involved in that case can be blocked, or people who are involved can flee. So that's the reason why. So I just wanted to talk about the two things, abduction and then the government not telling PF what Navamikata. I raised my case.
Fantastic. Okay. So, but Danny, can you just come in on this one? We gotta move real quick. But Danny, are you there?
The only thing I can say about this PF, they are always talking about people being abducted. Every time they arrest someone, say they're abducted. They were saying Chilufya Tayari was abducted. There he is in Malaysia now, talking every day. They were talking about JJ abducted. There he is in Mnangagwa, talking every day. So they talk about why me was abducted all the time. And the PF, this is what they do. Once the government arrests somebody and they're not told where he is, they start throwing these rumors about his death, he was tortured, he was what, and all that, which is fake. So I'm not surprised to hear about Akazia say, oh, he was abducted, this abduction. That's the PF language. Typical PF language. Everybody, that's what Manuel Mwamba was abducted. Manuel Mwamba's resurfaces in America. So they're always saying this. The moment someone misses out of a scenario, they say he was abducted. Especially Nakachinda is so good at doing that, saying that. And on Why Me, it's a well-known fact that he was sponsored by the PF. Remember, it was called he has now matured by insulting so many 1,000 insults. You have matured now. You're part of us. Paraded by the acting president of PF. You are now a mature. What did he call him? You are now a mature. What something?
At freedom fighter.
You are now a freedom fighter. You have insulted 1,000 insults. Imagine. Parading Why Me there. Now you are a mature freedom fighter of Zambia. After insulting 1,000 insults, that's good. Imagine. That's crazy. So I don't even want to say much about these characters we are having amongst us, like Why Me's and all that. Chipoko, whatever that guy is, I don't know him, but he insulted once. I remember he insulted once, but Why Me was doing it every day. He had a blog where he was insulting every day, Monday to Sunday. Every day he was insulting. So it's just, and then he's being paraded by PF leadership that is now a mature freedom fighter of Zambia. That's crazy. That's all I can say.
Vasim Konda.
Thank you very much. I think a quick one on this one. First of all, I'll start to say in everything that we do, we have to be responsible. We only have one Zambia, and you have to own that ownership to say this is the country. So why me? First of all, I'll start this. Ineni nkwato mwana ale tukana or ale chitefishingira is doing something, and then me, I'm supporting. Nshindemu tumpika olia, and then that person will be doing more. PF, when that YME was insulting, they were all quiet. When he disappeared, they came at him. abducted. Then we say why me was he killed by the police, he was tortured. So now let's look at all these things and whatever what YMU was doing. Was that what YMU was doing was correct? The answer is no. The PF was in power. They understand the laws of this country. They understand it. Then they will say YMU was killed. What are we showing to the international community? What are we showing? Just let us be honest with each other. What are we showing? The YMU was appeared yesterday. What are we going to say now? What are we going to say? So whether YMU was under the police and then the police didn't, whatever they was questioned, why questioning when someone is arrested? What is the interest?
Okay.
So the police, they know the reason why they were quiet. The police was quiet. They know the reasons. It's not mean that they don't know. They know. Those are professional people. They know and understand the reason why they were quiet. And the reason why me yesterday, he was appeared. They know. But what are we telling ourselves?
Okay, Vasimkonda, we have to be quick on this one. We don't want to spend more time on it.
Yes. So that is it. So what I can say, let us be responsible.
Can we let Emily say something?
Okay.
Yes, I'm gonna say something. Just to concur with what Bakombe said, I think the police don't have to tell anybody why they are not saying anything, because you can't be like America. America puts everything on the media. Everybody knows what's going on. The way we do our things back home is different. So if they arrested him and they wanted to get information or they were investigating, that's their way of working. And we have to let them do their due diligence. And let's give them the benefit of the doubt. But PF is so quick to always make it look like UPND is the one that's doing the wrong things. Because you cannot just come and say somebody was abducted or he was killed. It was a big thing, And when you lie about something, you go and put it on social media and say, oh, this one has been killed. When you put it on social media, it's not only one person who's reading that. It's millions of people, thousands of people in Zambia reading. Everybody now is, how do you go back now?
The whole world.
Correct it? How are you going to go back? Are you going to call each and every person and say, okay, you're not going to do that. So I think sometimes there's certain things we have to let the government work. Let them do their work. Give them the space. And if they need to come and tell us something, they'll come and tell us, this is why we did this. This is why we did this. Because maybe if they had said stuff, there'll be another rumor now going around. So I think I submit there. We let the people do what they're supposed to do.
Fantastic.
Let's trust their professionalism. Thank you.
We need to move on.
There's something that is very important that I need to bring out, and I don't.
Okay.
I'm not. Yeah. In less
than a minute, Mdala.
Yes.
We need to move ahead.
Number one is that my submission is that there is a law. Number one, Article 13 of the Constitution requires that informing the person arrested and the reasons and be in the language they understand and be brought to court within the reasonable time. Number one. Number two, the Criminal Procedure Code Section 30 requires that a person arrested without warrant must be taken before the magistrate or police officer without delay. You know that. Number three, Section 33 of the Criminal Procedures Code mandates, unless impractically possible, the person arrested without warrant must be produced before the magistrate. We have timelines that are supposed to be followed. Now, when people were asking, the police
1 minute,
the police refused that they didn't arrest him. That is why my point is not that I'm supporting what YMU was doing. I don't support that, just like I don't support what Chibukoro was doing.
All right.
Now, fantastic. From the law.
Okay.
But in you can go ahead.
All right. Okay. So let me just close it up. My last remarks on this one. I think when the government is doing some operations, they don't have to tell anybody. Because operations where they do, even here anyway in the US, there are certain operations that are done by the government. And those operations, those operations will be conducted in a secretive manner. They don't have to reveal. I'll come back up here twice. Anyway, so you don't have to reveal. You don't have to reveal what you're doing. So, why me? To me, I think it's not really a big deal. It's not really a big deal. But
there is a law.
No. It depends. One, we know all those laws, but one, it depends on the nature of the crime.
Yes.
It's not every crime where you get bail the same day. It depends on what crime they've charged you.
It's bail. It's not the bail I'm talking about.
Or bond or whatever, or when you're going to appear in court. It depends on what crime they're charging you. So Vakazia, let's not fool everybody. It depends on the nature.
Okay,
it depends on the nature of the crime. In fact, if the police wasn't even involved, maybe it wasn't even the police. Maybe it was a different organ of state operatives.
Ask him about HH in Mukobeko.
Through the chair, in 10 seconds.
HH in Mukobeko.
In 10 seconds, through the chair.
30 seconds,
That's under 10 seconds through the chair.
30 seconds.
Okay, what was maybe if why he was arrested last week? Do we have evidence that he was arrested that time where the PF was accusing to say is killed? Because we don't know the time why he was arrested. Even the PF, they don't know.
Okay.
And it doesn't give the PF to say is killed because the PF, they are refusing to say they didn't arrest the YME. So we don't know the time YME was arrested.
Okay, Makombe, can you put your point across and then
Thank you so much. I'm coming here again to debunk what I say. He's a very skilled politician, and I have respect for him. So if you look at what he was saying, he was quoting the law saying a person arrested without warrant. So he's assuming that YME was arrested without any legal document that authorized the Zambian government to arrest him. Where are you getting that? You are trying to give him rights. Where are you getting that? You're saying without warrant. What do you mean? Because when you're arrested without warrant, it means the government just comes in, they search my house without a warrant, without a legal document signed, and they take me. So where are you getting that?
Anyway, so don't ask him because you start answering. But Danny, let's close it up. But Danny, let's close it up. Let's close it up, Danny.
The last person.
No, don't answer. But Danny, let's go ahead. Let's move on.
The last person to advise about the laws in Zambia are PF. Because they never followed any one of those laws in the first place. So today they can't come and start teaching us about someone within 24 hours should appear before this and all that. When PF was in power, there was no law followed. So today they can't come and start parading and saying, this is supposed to be followed. Anyway, so and people like Kazia were in very, very influential position. These people, as PS, they had access to authority. They could talk to the president, their direct lines to the whatever. They were the first people.
You are lying. What you're saying there, you're lying.
Can I finish, please? Can I finish? Because for someone to come here and start quoting the laws which were never followed during the reign of PF, it's not fair. That's what I can say. Thank you.
All right, thank you. So let's go to the next topic. I think the next topic here.
It's like saying that the UPND should never tell us about telling the truth because they've never told the truth.
No. Okay, so a bumper harvest is hitting the airwaves, and a decision by cabinet has been made that we're going to export some of the maize. I think about 500 metric tons will be exported. Now the big question is that a good idea? after last year's after last year's issue where they were claiming that we went into the food crisis because we exported maize. Now that we've got a bumper harvest, why not export? All right. So this one, let's start with you, Vakazia, because I know obviously you've got something to say, but keep it under a minute because
Correct.
we don't have a lot of time. So don't go ahead and explaining the same point over and over. Just give us what it is, and then the next person comes in.
You guys make me laugh. You have a right to explain what it is, and you shouldn't explain it.
No, just explain. Don't go over and over and over explaining the same thing
But you
twice.
don't do that. You
Okay, not to pay a topic. Let's go ahead. Let's go ahead.
Okay, let's just discuss what you agree to. Just 5 minutes. No, we just have to summarize the things. For me, I don't like the selling of maize. It will never make sense to me, coming from what we have experienced in the past. Selling of our maize is a bad decision. I would never support selling our stocks. I would never. I would rather we keep them for in our strategic reserves, because we don't know how the rain pattern might be next year and the other time. We have learned lessons. So selling the maize is not something that I would encourage, because of obvious reasons that probably if we had more in stock, it could help us and cushion the price of milling to come a little bit down. When we export, we kind of like feed the entire region. You must understand that the staple food really needs to be protected in a very systematic way. We don't go back to what
Oh, mute yourself, guys. The one who's not talking, please mute yourself if you're not talking. Mute yourself, guys. Mute yourself if you're not talking. I don't think in Wakombe. I don't think Wakombe bali kwa totuma babies. Wasimkonda, can you just mute yourself? All right, go ahead. Okay. You were saying?
So I was saying that I don't support the selling of maize. I don't, because definitely I know that when the rain season hits by January, we might still lack our strategic reserve. They might be depleted because of obvious reason of the hunger situation around the region and the demand for our maize. I think it's a bad idea.
Okay.
I don't support it.
Okay, fantastic. Okay, so let's go into Dr. Danny.
Okay. Vakazia, I know you and me are in diaspora and we don't follow what goes on home at present. I want to ask you whether you heard the press conference that was given by Food Reserve, whatever. What do they have? FRA? Okay.
Yes, I heard. I heard I heard their press conference.
Yes.
And okay, maybe we finish, then I can come and speak.
I want to ask you one question.
I heard.
You have to answer it within seconds.
Don't okay. Like I'm a child.
What was the main reason for exporting? Answer.
Well done. Let me answer you, and in 1 second.
What was the main reason FRA gave for exporting?
I'm not under cross-examination. I gave my opinion. Give yours.
Let me continue. Then you.
Give your opinion. It's not a debate that you are giving your thought about it. Then we can come and discuss. After you give your opinion, I give mine. Then we discuss. So I've given you opinion that I personally don't support it. So you go ahead, tell us what you support it. Then we can be able to discuss like that.
All right.
Yeah.
First of all, we have produced maize more than we can store. Number one. If we don't export, we will lose this maize. That was clearly stated by Food and Reserve Agency. We have nowhere to store the maize, but Chandagazia, This maize will get spoiled if we don't sell it. Number one. Inganamu kwato mwakubika 500,000 tons of maize wachandagazia core food and reserve agent today. They will store it. You will store it for them. We have no storage capacity for what we have produced. Press conference. Now, then second one, we have the demand for maize. We use about 300,000 metric tons Zambia to consume. They gave a reason. First of all, local storage demand limitation. We can't store what we have produced this year. 2, we have limited demand for the maize we have produced. We cannot eat it all. It is 3 times more than what Zambia consumes a year. So the maize we have right now, we can go on for 3 years without growing any maize. We'll be fine. Press conference by Chandanga Mwalimu Kwanaimu. So to say, no, they gave an example of mangoes in Zambia. We produce more mangoes than we can eat. What happens to mangoes at Soweto?
Uposa.
Balaposa. Do we want that same scenario to happen to our maize in Zambia right now? No. Reasons are given when a government acts. There are reasons given. It is not just you wake up in the morning, let's say and get. No, there are reasons that these guys, sometimes when PF talks, PF people, when they talk about all the Nekachindas and all that, sometimes I say these people think that because they left office, there are no technocrats in government anymore. Government is full of technocrats, very, very highly qualified people that think like you and me, that plan like you and me are capable of doing. The European government is just the same as the PF government was. They are technocrats in government that take these decisions after thorough thinking and doing all this type of thing. But PF sometimes when they talk, they think that our government of UPND is just, they just wake up in the morning, let's say, oh, this to Congo, let's do this. It's not the way it is. These things are thought about thoroughly before decisions are made. But the main thing is that the consumption rate, we can't finish this maize. It's too much. And also the third one they gave, by the way, if Bachanda, you said, as you said, you listened, they said this. If we don't sell, if we don't export the maize and get money out of foreign exchange, the price of maize in Zambia is going to be so low that the farmers will not benefit from the selling of their maize. The price is going to come so low that they will be getting very little out of their maize. But right now, they can sell at a reasonable price to FRI, and the FRI can export. So they're getting a good share of a good price for their money. If we say we're not going to do this, the price of a bag of maize is going to be so low. Of course, PF said the price of maize is going to go down. That's what we want. But do you want a farmer that has invested so much money to get so low a price of just because you want to bring the water? So it's a double sword type of thing. You do want a farmer to be getting a good price out of their maize by FRI selling it out. We have enough stocks. The maize we're going to be selling will be. We are still having enough stock for the next 1 year. Even next year, if we have a drought, we'll still survive with the stocks that are remaining. That was a press conference, Bachanda. That's what I wanted to tell you. That's it.
Fantastic.
Through the chair. Francis. Okay. Shiralanda po but pamata.
Oh, London kanshi.
Awo nalapela ko bambivet.
Okay.
Let me correct a few things that were done and said. Number one,
Yahweh, Emily, are you there?
I'm here.
Okay, fantastic. Hold your horses. Bakazia, hold your horses. Hold your horses, Bakazia. Just write down whatever you want to respond, and then you can respond later on. Okay. So, Emily, can you just go ahead and put up your point?
My point, I didn't hear the conference, but at least, I have an idea of what you're trying to say. My thing would be, at least if they feel it's safe to sell and they are promising people that they will have enough stock for the people to survive on, I think they can make the goal to go ahead and sell. And as of the farmers, actually makes sense, that they also have to benefit from what they plant. So in that manner, I think they should go ahead and sell whatever tons they need to sell for everybody to benefit from the bumper harvest. Thank you. I submit.
All right. So before it's too late
Through
for
the chair.
Asim
Through the chair.
Konda, let's give Asim Konda so that before he drops out, let's give him chance. But Asim Konda, if you can just put in within a minute so that Baba Kombe can come in.
Okay, thank you very much. I think I'll do within a minute. Yes, actually, I listened to that press briefing, and the government said they're going to sell the surplus. So what is a surplus? I think that is what we have to understand. Even at household level, when you produce, for example, if you have a family, I produce 20 bags of maize, then I'm going to say, okay, I'm going to keep 10 I'll say, which means that 10 is a surplus. And that is what is happening to the government. It's not only to feed the nation, but also we have to sell so that we get the forex. How are we going to get the forex? We have a market where we call Congo, we are smuggling and whatever. Why can't we sell? We want that forex to come so we can sell what? The surplus. We remain what we can consume as what? As a country. We can't be consuming every time. I think when you go backwards, I think during Rupia Banda, there's quite a matter because of these storage issues. Is that what we want? No. So what we want is a forex. I end. Thank you. I submit.
We have left maize for 2 years. For next year, we have left enough maize to feed the nation next year without growing a single grain.
Bakombe. You're muted.
First and foremost, I'll say I'm not surprised that PF people are so much surprised that we are selling. They've never seen such kind of a bumper harvest. This is the highest in the history of our country. So kudos to the UPND and the initiatives. There are reasons why we're selling the surplus. One, as Daniel has articulated very eloquently, if we keep the stock, we'll lose some of the grain because we have too much. That's one. Two, if we build more silos, that's a cost, that's an expense. Okay? Three, if we keep the maize, it means next time we're buying the maize, we'll buy it at a low price because as government now, FRA, because we still have so much grain. So now the farmer will lose. So the reason why we are selling is to make forex too, like everybody has said. But I'll go further. Here's another reason why the government felt we should sell. For the first time in the history of our country, through the initiative of 1HH, as a government, we're involved in the farming of corn. We are farming almost over 1,000 hectares. The Zambia Army is involved, ZNS and ZAF. It means even as we speak today, with the surplus that we have, we still have green maize that's not ready. That will be ready every month. We're yielding. So that is the difference. So for all those, I want to tell all those who are worried and say, maybe we might run out of corn. The difference this time is we are involved in farming maize throughout the year through irrigation. So I trust the government when they say we are going to sell the excess. They looked at all these things, the cost of storing, the price that can affect the bag of maize when you're buying from the farmer.
Are you there, Bakombe? You're cutting off. Are you there? Mr. Kombe, you're cutting off. Oh, something has happened, Kuliba Kombe. Hello? Is just me or is everybody? Can everybody?
No,
Oh,
it's gone.
yeah.
So,
Yeah.
No.
Rachandala ndedi nomba.
first of all, inena tinapanga opinion yandi. Ukavati machinjisha, what do I think? Now, having heard from Vadani, the problem I have with our government, mulachita flip-flop, ubufibula chilamu. You remember Chushika's understanding against the background of maize and exporting it. You remember Mutolo Piri in Parliament saying, we shall never ever stop exporting if possible minimum. What came out of that? What were we told about it? Cornelius went on the floor of Parliament and said, we are food secured. Including by FRA, they were saying there's enough grain. What happened? We must be careful. So I'm not saying that you cannot do. You are in government. You can do what you want, and you can shame me probably today, and you can shame us. Those of us that are saying because they're saying there's no capacity to keep the maize. Not to Kwatama Shed for 3 years and everything else. I have difficult trusting them. But if you guys that are in government, you trust them, well, good for you. You have every right to trust them. You have every right to say, oh, now to cut a bumper harvest because wula chinja. Ngabalande chileno, my robasa chinja church ticket. And you guys jump on the same bandwagon to come and defend. When we talked about you selling maize, what were you saying? Forex. Oh, we went to Forex, want to for this. Where does even this money Forex go?
Oh, come on.
Anyway, it is up to you.
So,
Listen, Matanda. Wait, don't interrupt me.
no, finish.
I have given my submission, Madani, is that I do not trust them. But if you guys trust them, that is okay for you. And I've given specific reasons why I don't trust them. They lied in the past, standing in background of the sheds and they sold. Last year, Rufuma was saying we've already signed $15 million worth of maize to be sold. Was that maize sold? Where did the money go and stuff like that? So there are more questions that I can pose, but I know you don't have the answers for it. So, well and good. I wish you luck.
Okay. So, in a nutshell, on this one, I think let's put it as it is. We have reached a real bumper harvest. And this bumper harvest has come in our time, in which we are now in the season from the time we took over power. Because if you remember very correctly, the stocks of maize that the PF was claiming was a bumper harvest over Shiremana and Kanima reserves, that was from their regime. Now, this one is different, and there are two main key components here. One, we didn't anticipate that there was going to be a drought.
You knew you were taught.
That was going to be that led to what happened.
Were told about
now. Secondly, we thought, because we're not sitting ducks and we're not an idle government, we decided to say, look, we have to revamp winter maize, and we need to revamp farmers, give them the inputs they need on time. Secondly, we need to put in certain strategic companies like the United Capital Fertilizer that's going to be producing fertilizer locally, NCZ locally. So all these companies now have the capacity to provide Zambia with all the fertilizer that it needs instead of importing. So those key elements, it may sound not to be important, but they are part of the chain when it comes to producing and production and farming. So what are we looking at? So that's what happened. So Vane area Shididipo, we have now, come to a point where we've produced more than enough. I think, according to last statistics I was looking at, I think Zambia needs, I'm not sure, how is it 2 million metric tons? What is that to figure? Is it 2 million?
It's about 300 million.
No. In terms of what the country needs as a whole. How many metric tons is it? Like, is it because I think we've produced more than that, and we're saying we're only going to only supply about 500 of that. Our reserves will still be intact. We have more for everything, and we're still going to continue to do everything that we can do in terms of providing food, FRI, even to the needy people, in case of a drought or anything like that. And on top of that, and on top of, before you ask the question, on top of that, is the president said it's going to be a whole year round farming.
Correct.
This was never happening before. Okay, and maybe since in Mwanawasa he tried it a little bit, but whole year round. Until when it's rainy season, that's when we start producing maize. This is whole year round. That's why you're seeing activation of all these farm blocks from everywhere, all corners of the country. So all this activation of all the farm blocks, meaning even if to our neighbors, Karaka surplus, next year we're still going to have more than double. So we're safe. We're safe, to simply put it. Anyway, I think let's close it up by mentioning.
Can I ask you a question, Wachanda?
Go ahead, sir.
And I don't know who can answer it. What is the cost of mini meal today in Zambia with a bumper harvesting plan?
With the bumper harvest that just happened now?
Yes. Well, what is the cost of mini meal?
Take 180. What's the price of maize?
Are we talking about ZNS Millimil or other companies?
No, other companies.
Well, we can't control that.
I'm asking what is the price. I'm not saying what you can control.
Other companies, it varies.
What?
Ask the person who's in Zambia. Who's Basim Konda is in Zambia. He can answer that question.
Okay. So,
while he's thinking, let me mention something. Vakazila wants to see the effects today.
No,
let me finish. Why do you want to speak when we are talking?
But don't say what I've not said.
Look at this man.
I never said you that.
Let us speak.
Kazia is a politician.
Yeah, and you will never cease to be a politician. He's a very bad politician.
He says something.
The question is that how much is the price of reading me? Why? Then you said, well, I want to see this. Who told you?
I want to counter you, Kaidi Mwiratina.
That's Nakachinda's question. Nakachinda asked that question yesterday.
But the question is that don't ask me. Well, don't say
you are representing the PF here.
But let's go to the last. I don't know if it's the last or the second topic.
Nakachinda yesterday asked the same question. Chandas, I just
ask the question. Answer it. If you don't know,
I want to answer it. I'm trying to say, you guys want to see results, and that's not how economics works. Okay? Everything has to turn around. Now that we have a bumper harvest, that will be exporting. And we're also growing. We are going to see the effects.
I refuse that.
This man.
This man.
Maybe we should just keep quiet so you address us.
But I don't want you to say. What I refuse, and I want this to be clear with you, and everyone else here. Don't come and tell me that I'm thinking this. Ask me, I'll tell you what I'm thinking. I don't need you to start saying what.
Don't worry about that. You just respond.
No, but don't manufacture what I'm not thinking.
Okay. Can we all discuss one issue? Apanomba, let's close it up with the 4-year anniversary. I think we all need to have a toast. Have a toast because 4 years yakumana. 4 years yakumana. 4 years yakumana. So what does everybody have to say about the 4 years that we've been in power? What's coming? What are we doing? Are we better off than what Zambia was? Is Zambia better off now than it was? Where are we? Where are we? I mean, how are people overall? Kubikama politics, wakazia. Let us be honest. Let us be honest.
I can start.
Okay, go ahead.
Okay, thank you. Yeah, what I'm saying is not me that I'm supporting UPND, but I'm saying the truth. Where we are today, we are better off, especially from where we are coming from. I think I've experienced Mwanawasa, RB, PF, and UPND 4 years today. When I know people they were saying we are voting because we want to see the price of meal to come at 50 kwacha. That's not the reason why I voted for that. No. I didn't vote for UPND so that they bring the dollar to 1 kwacha or whatever. No. It's because of the policies that they promised. From where we are coming from, the economy was growing in negatives. Was the direction there? Definitely there was no direction. Today, where is the economy is growing? We are in positive. And I think recently, should be last week or the other week, IMF, I think they project to say debt to GDP ratio by December this year, it will drop from 100 to something like 91%. It means something. And turning around the economy is not an event. We have to do something. And I've seen that is what is happening. That's when now we're going to see the price of meal to come down. It's not about commanding. That's when we're going to see the kwacha to dollar exchange dropping, fuel coming down. Yes, previously we can explain because of what was happening around. There was a lot of leakages where the man was leaking. That's why when in PF, if you have even a bar, you will make a lot of money. Why? Because there was a lot of leakage. It was not corresponding to the GDP growth. It was not equivalent. So that was I don't know if it was a sweet talk or what to sing of a butter pameso, but that was not that was not the reality when it comes to economy. But today, I voted because I want my children to be better, not me today. We are going through what we are going through because of what we did 10 years, 20 years ago. That's why we are going through what we are going today. The result of what is happening today, we are going to see it 5 years, 10 years from now. That's what we're going to see it. So that is the main reason why I voted. Not to bring the meal to 20 kwacha or to 20. No. It's for the future of Zambia and my children and my grandchildren. I submit, Bachand.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Let's pass it on to the only lady, Emily. Obviously, you can, we need your voice.
No, for me, I'm just happy with the way things are going. We are not saying it's going to be easy. It's going to be hard. And honestly, in all honesty, what was going on previously was just terrible. People could not speak, people could not talk in the offices, people were not expressive, people were scared, people were walking in fear. So for me, I feel like, as Chamba has said, I don't know if I'm quoting his name correctly, the previous speaker. A lot of people stood up for UPND. We were busy campaigning, not because of what he just said, not because of Milimi or what. It's for the future of my children, for the future of my grandchildren, my great-grandchildren, for a better Zambia. We need
that was Wasimukonde. That is Wasimukonde.
Okay, yes. Like when we're going around campaigning here in the US and calling people, donating money, we didn't sleep. Because we want a better future for our people. We want a better future for the little ones that are coming. Even though some of them are Americans, but at least they will say, oh, where mommy came from or where daddy came from. Things are better now. They can even be happy to go there. They can even be safe to walk on the streets. And now we have a very big issue going on now in Zambia with addiction. I hope the government is going to be able to tackle this issue, because addiction to drugs and the kids back home, I have family, I have friends who are facing this crisis. I hope it's going to be attended to. We do not have rehab centers that people can go to and get help. The challenge out there is so overwhelming. People who have money are taking their kids to South Africa for rehab. And what about the people who don't have? So we still have a lot of stuff that we need to take care of, that, hopefully the next government or whoever is going to come in, they continue from where everything is going to be left off. Hopefully it's going to be UPND, another one for us, for the better future of Zambia. So thank you so much. I submit.
Thank you very much for that submission. Again, to be careful about Danny. If you're there, but then
I think for me, I've said this before, that the projection of our country's future is really, really positive, and I feel very proud as a Zambian, though I don't live there, to associate myself with that country, because what I'm seeing is all positive stuff, and I like what I'm seeing. Honestly, I like what I'm seeing. In the PF government, if you are not a politician, if you are not whatever, only the politicians were having fun, like they were seeing positivity in the environment other than the rest of us. But now things are very, very positive. And one thing I like about our government is they're bringing these programs, which initially people said it will not happen. You can when we talked about recruiting nurses, they said it can't happen. Some people are on this platform that said it can never happen. Teachers, it can't happen. There are too many. The soldiers, it can't happen. And everything is happening. Everything's happening. Look at the national service recruitment of these young kids, voluntary recruitment. Look at how PF talked about it. Oh no, they're militias. Who's going to train them for military stuff? It's happening. And the kids love it. And the people that were saying, and PF, one thing about PF supporters or the opposition, once we achieve a milestone in the thing, they said it can never happen. They never talk about it. You ask them, they don't even want to answer that question. Okay? When we're saying, when I recruit these kids in national service as volunteers, there are so many things to know. They're going to be militias. Who's going to train them in the military? What? But look, it's happening. And the kids are so happy. And they're quiet. They're talking about, the mines. No, this. It's happening. The copper belt has opened up. So it's just very, very positive. Everything I see around is positive, and I'm very, very happy for my country as Zambia right now. And I just wanted to answer one thing, which the PF, the opposition, don't say whatever. They have these daily press conferences. The one conference, the one they had the other day was they asked the same question that our friend Kazia just asked. what's the price of mini meal today? Even if you're boasting of bumper harvest. Yesterday it was asked. So when I heard it from Kazia today, I'm not surprised. Probably he heard the press conference, because that's exactly the same question they asked yesterday. The press conference said, "Oh, you're boasting about bumper harvest. What's the price of maize anyway? Has it gone down?" You know, that type of thing. That was the press conference they had yesterday. So I'm not surprised that opposition, as my friend said, they have never experienced this bumper harvest. Oh, by the way, we have produced about 4.5 million metric tons. We consume about 3 point something million. So we have something,
Yes.
1 million something.
Yeah.
So we have enough, and as Rakombe said, we are producing every day. Maize is going to be a continuous production from our defense forces. So we're not going to run out of maize. But anyway, so that's the thing. My country is going positive, and the negative growth, my colleague said there, it was really negative. Now, by the way, we're at 5% growth rate, 5% GDP growth rate, which is very, very, very nice. So we are doing very well. The only thing we're not doing well is our soccer team. That is coming at the end. Our main soccer team, I don't know. That is the only place where we're going down.
I mean, that's a very huge topic that it has to be a topic on its own. Yeah, but in fact, that's what I said. I think last time we spoke about football, I told you that because they're doing better than the men.
That's the only place. Otherwise, everything is positive. I really love it. Thank you.
Bakombe.
Yeah, I want to agree. Our soccer team, disband and let everybody be dropped from the squad. We shouldn't be scared of beginning. Let's begin with young, fresh blood and let them fight for the jersey. When I was growing up, it was a privilege for anyone to wear the national colors. Not now, because most of the players that are picked, agents are involved with fires, so they bring in the clients. Anyhow, coming to the 4 years, it's amazing. I'm very congratulations to the president and his administration, the UPND government, for a tremendous job. We inherited a rotten system, empty coffers, no relationships with foreign businesses and countries. And the president came in when he was global trotting. People were calling him names, but now we're seeing results. So the policies that the president laid down are really yielding results. Just the other day, Bloomberg said we might grow by 6% by the end of the year. We were dubbed as the fastest growing economy in Africa. All those things don't just come. You have to put in mechanisms and policies in place for everything to work together. For the first time now, we have a huge bumper harvest. We can export without even blinking. When we came in, there was no rule of law. For the first time, we have rule of law. Money was just centralized in Lusaka, and others were getting all the contracts. Now we have CDF, and the money is going to the communities where the works are being done. That is something we should commend. My colleague Vachilanda Danny talked about the things that every day we're doubted by our PF colleagues, even on free education. When the president talked about it, they were walking on tables trying to pretend that it was a taboo. Today we have free education. Now the parents are not buying uniforms. That money they were supposed to buy uniforms is money in their pockets. Now we have more kids now who could not go to school, but now they are going to school. The biggest investment, in my view, is education. And that's what the president has done. Free education, we have more kids being educated. We have now good relationships with our neighbors. Countries in the world now can trust us. We had Govt come in and announce that they are ready to invest $2 billion. I don't think people understand that. $2 billion is 45 billion kwacha. For them to say they can invest such kind of money, it's because they see that we're getting stable. It never used to happen under the PF. Criminal entity, a violent party that should never even walk the corridors of power again. So our 4 years have been very brilliant. I like what the president is doing. I would urge every Zambian to give the president 4 more years so that we see now all these things. His job when he came in, he said his main concern was the economy. And that is what he has been doing, tying all the loose ends, trying to bring the cost of production or the cost of doing business down. And that's what he's doing through agriculture, through energy, the mushrooming of all these solar plants. All these things are deliberate things that the president is doing. I like the leadership. Are we there yet? No, we're not. But I would urge Zambians to fasten their seatbelts and just give this president more time, and you see how much respect and how much good things we're going to receive. There's development. Zambia, for the first time, is manufacturing now. Okay, we're bridging the gap. It never happened. Our friends were burning money on the streets. The color red, if you buy a red t-shirt, nobody used to buy red because you can't walk around with red. Kukuma no muto wa isuka. These are our colleagues who are now talking to us about law and order. Are you sure? You need to sit down, PF. I rest my case.
Okay, yeah. So 4 years, I think we've achieved a lot than what the opposition was expecting. But for us that understood or understand the UPND policy, we knew that we are going to achieve way much more than what the previous government did. It's only been 4 years, but look at the achievement. Look at the quenus. Okay, education. Okay, BC was introduced back. People were saying, the former minister was saying that this is just a waste of time and a waste of money. But us, when we came in, the president said, look, pali BC. That's how I became the president, because I came from the village. Now you can imagine somebody coming from the village. I mean, it's understood for people that are coming from their home and stuff like that, you know, where your children live. So you don't really understand it or grasp it because your children live in Roma. And they go to university, and then you're probably just going to give them money, you know. But there are people that are coming, imagine, from deep down in the diolis, in the villages. And then they get the opportunity to say, you're going to be at the University of Zambia. But all they do is just grab a little bag, and that's it, and they're there. And they give them a room, and that's it. Okay? And then imagine they don't have BC. What's going to happen to them? Because their parents are poor. But the child is brilliant. So are we going to neglect people like that, or children in that circumstance? No. So that's why all these things he was saying and explaining, to say, me, I am the president now because of this. And I want to make sure that every other person that's going to come 10 years from now, 20 years from now, when they graduate, even them, they'll start saying, like, look, because of this policy, I'm able to be A, B, C, D. So that was a quenu in education. Why we can't even talk about it? It's a quenu. And people were saying, where's the money going to come from? The president said, I know where the money is. I know where the money is. It's just being misused and abused. Let's go to other quenus. Let's talk about the
road. It means that I'm not allowed to comment on this. Yeah?
No, you will. When I finish, you can come.
No, I mean on what your 4 years.
No, mwalala ndabane, ushana tumikanya.
Oh, that's I'm like once but I thought that you're taking us to another conversation.
No, this is 4 years. Turera ndapama kwenyu, 4 years.
Oh,
We're kwenyuling on the 4 years. So the things that we've achieved in the last 4 years. Therefore, Turera ndap.
So that am I allowed to speak about them, or because you are praising yourselves, I should just listen?
Okay. Vakasia, first of all, you want to talk about the 4 years? Your opinion?
Yes.
Okay, fantastic. Okay. You have disturbed me.
Yeah, because you see, I don't know if it is just the praises that you are looking for and praising yourselves, what you've done good and things like that, which I'm not.
No, we're saying past and present. The question is this. The question I pose, are we better off now than what we used to be during the PF government?
Yeah, so that is what I'm saying. Am I allowed to comment on that, or it is because
do that, and then I'm going to close it off. Go ahead.
Yeah.
Give 2 minutes. Come in that one, and then I'll close it. 2 minutes.
When others were speaking, you never gave them time. They were just talking. But you see, it's a very difficult scenario when people have pampered themselves to look good in the eyes of everything, and they bury their heads in sand. At times, when you criticize, you look very unreasonable because they are in a mood where they must feel good, and anything that may show, anything that may show yourselves to be weak. You can cut if you want, it's okay, but so because you are praising yourselves, it may be not difficult. Okay, to tell you the close.
And you're not saying anything about Danda.
Alexa first, go to the point.
No, look at this. Look at this. Danda ula. Ndipo nsepe kweshe jakatu. Shemfira na alanda po.
Anybody is free. This is a free country. Tatwaka tama rules ya kwa wati. Yotetulande, wechadi.
Lekeni nieve ko where you have done well and where you have failed.
According to you. Go ahead.
Yeah, according to, of course, everyone is talking according to themselves. You know? So, according to me, where you succeed and where, because you have succeeded in everything. You have lamentably failed on, first of all, what you have done well, which is very good, is the issues to do with how you have dealt with issues around debt restructuring, you know, ukuchinja nkongole milipirire ya nkongole, because you have now gone into that stage in nkongole, but we still get a little bit more. That you have done well. You have done well, of course, on the employment of the teachers, which every UPND cadre, including you cadres here, that's what you say, is a success around it. So anything about job creation, it is about public sector job creation. We have done very well in public sector job creation, teachers and nurses. You have done very well in terms of putting people in public service. What have you not done very well? You a lot of lower prices, reduction in corruption, better livelihood. So that you have not done very well. The prices still are up. Corruption is still rampant. Very, very rampant, actually. If you look at the procurement systems in fertilizer, you look at the procurement systems in the medicines, and even in CDF projects, there's been a lot of corruption, to the point that if you go to look at the PAC reports, it is really, really, really a mess. You would find people talk about you being a technocratic aim of government, kind of. you are disconnected to the grassroots. The grassroots that you have been disconnected to is usually on the cost of living. It is something that you really need to address. And you need to address it not with a partisan kind of stance that you guys have taken. Like everything that happened under the PF was bad. And that also has created the enmity in terms of pulling in one direction, that you are not supported adequately, because the moment that you point out to what the PF was doing wrong, then we remind you of what you're doing wrong. And then progress is never achieved that way. Tribalism has continued in the same way, the same extent, and it requires to be dealt with. And it is a viciousness that it deserves. Selective application of justice, where the same offense can be committed by a UPND cadre and he will still be on the streets. If another Zambian commits the same offense who is not a UPND cadre, they are quickly picked up, locked up, and thrown in prison. There are a lot of examples that is there. You are not doing very well with the human rights record according to the human rights report. You need to work on it. Extrajudicial killings and the brutality around the political opponents. You need to do with that. So if you can work on that, I think that will be.
After this, Makombe, come in. I need to do 1 or 2 things. I'm coming.
So that's my assessment of 4 years.
Fair enough, but you've highlighted some things that are not true. Judicial killings.
You can go to what is not true
which killings are you talking about?
What?
Extrajudicial killings. Which killings?
I'm talking about the human rights record that is there. It's not me. The report that came from
No,
human
no,
rights.
no. You said extrajudicial killings.
Yes.
Yeah,
I
which
said
ones?
it because I read it in the report.
Which ones?
So,
now you're a Zambian. Have you heard of any? And our administration, the regime.
I am
Imgwa.
writing a report, and I am comfortable with the report. If you're not comfortable with it, you cannot just disagree with it. That's fine.
No. I just ask you as a Zambian if you've heard of any killings that are going around. Some of these reports, it's okay to read them, but you're a Zambian.
Yeah, but
so,
that is you. You see, Wakombe, that is your opinion about it. That's not
I
mine.
agree.
Yeah. So this is my opinion around it. And you see, as we discussed, I think it's very important not to tell what your friend is thinking when they have not told you what they're thinking.
Nobody has told you what you're thinking.
No, I'm just saying.
You're reading a false document.
If I'm reading a false document, you correct me with the right document.
That's what I said. I asked you as a Zambian, have you heard of any extrajudicial killings in the country right now under your UPND?
I am making my independent decision. I don't need your validation.
Anyway, you have the right to be wrong.
Yeah, and you have the right to be wrong as well. There's nothing that says that I can be wrong and you can always be right. You can as well be wrong and I can be wrong. It's okay. We all have rights to be wrong and right.
Do you think the UPND should be replaced in 2026? And by who?
What did you think yourself? If I tell me they should be replaced, yes, they should be replaced. But who them with? Anyone who is going to set himself right and address the things that I've said in a way that is convincing, that's a person who should be replaced. But right now, you are not doing a good job. And that is, there's no credible opposition, because when people start the credibility of the opposition, it means the one that they have.
Rachanda,
Mukwai.
I've put the latest human rights report. It does nothing like what you've just said. Can I read them for you?
Which site are you using, Danny? I can go there as well and check.
Yes. There are 5 things that were mentioned, and there's none at all to do with these killings.
I'm saying, which site are you using? I can use that as well.
Death penalty.
Danny, which site are you using? I can push that one as well and check.
Human rights. Chakutyuk. Let me read it. Let me read the titles. I'm just going to read the titles.
Mhm.
The title number 1, they wrote about Zambian civil rights report, civil and political rights, increasingly restrictions. They talked about that. And they talked about Nakachinda, blah, 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 blah. Thomas Ziambo, I don't know. Alan Ziambo, I don't know. Next, democratic institutions and judiciary. They talked about that. Bill 7, Freedom House assessment. I don't know what that means. Next, civil society and NGOs. Then public health and environmental rights. They talked about cholera, blah, 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 blah. Environmental contamination of cities. Arbitrary arrests, abductions, and political violence. They talked about Wamba. Death penalty abolition. That's it.
I'm going to send the link in the chat when we're finished here, where I'm reading about judicial killings, where there are reports of numerous government agents committing arbitrary and law killings during the year, that is 2024. In the first quarter, the Human Rights Commission, an independent body established by the Constitution, reported a male suspect taken into custody at Mongu police post was tortured and died in transit to the hospital. In April and May, 2 suspects died in custody in Matero and Kanyama police stations. After investigation, authorities arrested the police officers involved in and charged them with manslaughter. The cases were pending as at the end of the year. The Public Complaints Commission reported a significant rise in public complaints regarding police conduct and 20 allegations of extrajudicial killings recorded during the year. This is the report that I'm reading on, and
I'm reading on Human Rights Watch.
You see, you see, this is what I'm saying. You can believe that report, and I can believe this report, isn't it?
I think the most important thing.
This is the United States Department of State. The 24 countries on human rights in Zambia.
Okay. All right. Okay.
Let's move on.
Yeah, we can move on.
Yeah, let's move. So Vakazia, I think what we're doing, we're trying to show everybody that
State Department. Okay, that's fine.
Yeah.
This is,
those are the
authority.
Yeah, so I think the only thing that we rely on is one thing, and the only thing that we can rely on as Zambians is what we can see with our own eyes.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, that's the point. That's what I'm saying.
Not anybody can write up a report. Anybody can just wake up in the morning and draw up a report and say, this is how I feel it's happening in Zambia. This is how I feel is happening this. But an average Zambian today, if you had to walk ku city market kulia nokusabe pushafi mwe mpako shani mwema traders when the UPND is in power now, they will tell you how there's a breath of fresh air. Because no, but when you were talking that Chibako. So no. I'm giving you a scenario. So here's the thing. And don't disturb me. Let me finish what I'm saying. If you want to come in later, you can do that. But what's happening now is, if you had to walk in city market, if you had to walk on the streets of Lusaka and ask anybody to say, we want to acquire, since the UPND government 4 years, how are you feeling compared when the Patriotic Front was in? They said, we're enjoying now. Because one, the time when our next valipo, vale tupoke ndalama, vale tupuma, there were no laws followed. They had the authority. They would walk into a station and beat up police officers, and the police, they had no right or say. They had no powers. They became so huge and bigger than our own police service. Can you imagine that? What kind of country are you running? So when the UPND government came into power, they gave all that power back to the police service to say, do your work according to the law. That was to interfere. Investigate, go and investigate. And then when the people, what's important is chef tumbua pa market pale. Balabo bale puma nganga fa t-shirt ya red kwa TND. Nishibaba puma. At least t-shirt ya red. One time I was watching a video. Two girls, they were coming, I think it was a rally somewhere in Mandevu. But they kwera dinani kane ku painta city bus kuya kungani. But kusaba fula. Kifi fula ni ifyo. You see, lawlessness. So lawlessness is now under control. So Emma kwenye tulele andapo, if you compare, head to head, one-on-one, education, we have excelled. You've agreed on the debt. You have agreed on employment. You have agreed, I don't know if you agreed on tribalism, but tribalism is something that's propagated by the other government.
Don't forget also that the people were paid. The retirees were given their money. PF never gave them the money.
That is not correct.
For us.
That is not correct. That is not correct. Right now, I will give an example.
Here's what we know. Here's what we know. Before
I'll give an example of someone you not disagree with, because that person is a member of this forum. Lady Sarah was not paid and has never been paid. She's a pensioner.
Look. Okay. Listen, Wakazia. What we're looking at is an overall of all the Zambians. We cannot just say because one person wasn't paid.
No.
They are people.
Anyway, Moneni, if you talk about retirees, were given Lubinda. You can imagine. And I don't even know why in the Lamo for Shenda and why it ends up with Ministry of Justice. There, I'm baffled. But this is
need
what
to be educated on that.
No. But here's the thing. I'm outside looking in as an ordinary Zambian. Umwina Zambia, you also wale Tamba TV. They would see women influence look. Vekala. All the Shaba Minister of Justice, Okoshana. Lovenda would come in his Porsche, VX, aircon. Apita. Minister. He wasn't even greeting them. Just walks in the building. He goes upstairs. Atampa no kuna coffee areba tamba na pa window. You see what I'm saying? So now
you know very little about that.
No. This is the videos are there. You can go and see how the women were crying. They even cursed them to say
propaganda no especially when someone who knows. I know exactly about the pension system. I was the chairperson of the pensions committee of PSPF.
I
want to educate you here, but because politics.
Okay, but
if you are ready to listen. But the problem is that now politics and people have misled you and misinformed you, and you run with. First of all, it is not correct to say that once Minister of Justice. No, you can go on the website for the former pensioners that were paid. Lady Sarah was here, and she told you that they are up to date.
Yeah, but that's different. My volunteer, those who volunteer, that's a different case.
They were not volunteers, but you know very little about it. Anyway, she
told me the whole story. Sarah, they volunteered to retire early. So that's a different. Yes.
Vatanda. I know. Okay, I will keep quiet on this one because I know probably more. I was involved more than you, but you want to pretend you know more. So I will
Okay.
leave.
Okay. Let's not talk about one.
I'm going to talk about something else.
Let's not talk about one individual. Let's talk about the whole.
I'm giving an example that group has not been paid. You can ask the Minister of Justice who is there today, and ask him. They've not been paid. That's why they go to Minister of Justice. I told you, I explained on this forum.
How many people have been paid though?
Banan.
More people have been paid than they were pending in the PF
The problem is that you mixed up the pension systems. You don't understand them. There are people who
I understand them very well.
There are people who have mandatory retirement. There are people on national interest. There are people under NAPSA. These three groupings need to be discussed separately and be told so that Mwaishiba. Number and that's how you mislead yourselves. Now, if you are ready to learn about them so that you do not create a problem, you will be able to discuss this in a proper context. But as usual, Mwalikwata capacity to even refuse from someone who is actually experienced it. But that is okay for you. I'm coming back to what we were talking about, your Kwenyus and other things. There has been torture. You yourselves as UPND under your government, torture and cruel inhuman degradation, treatment of and punishment. The human rights have quoted reports in Mansa, Nimba, Chilenje, Matero, Kanyama. For example, Mansa district human rights Wunda Chama, who was allegedly tortured on May 19 by 4 police officers. The human rights intervene. And me, I don't tolerate that, and I've never supported it. But we are also in a situation. Now, if we are using government institutions to punish people who are under
Okay. All right. Okay. So,
raping a girl was raped by a police officer in the government.
Yeah. Anyway, here's what we can say. We have ticked all the things. Tribalism, whoever let's propagate tribalism or division in the country, that it's going to go down in the history of Zambian politics to sponsor people to talk on dividing the country and talk about tribalism. Only one quali unip.
Cornelius confessed here that has been financial.
Let me finish. So quali unip pasa kwaisa by MMD kwaisa by P kwaisa no tuma party tumbi tu na shela naika party not to apsana tuma breakaways from MMD. They started sponsoring them, but PF started sponsoring and giving them money to say gamwatamba fyokulanda fe pabutundu bwabo tonga muntu ikala ku Southern Province tukalamiri prendalam. Okay? That's why Maize is where he is today. Because he was sponsored and paid. Okay? So Iria Sharia tribalism wabaleta muno ichalo cha Zambia iba PF fwe like me when we were growing up twale kulafe ture yangala fe turete anabola na likweta bananja batonga benge sana, but I didn't even realize that you see what I'm saying? So we didn't even realize it till later on. But that wasn't even a big deal. But our letter iria tribalism kutampo kulandata mwebabemba mulekala mweka mwebatonga mulekala Southern Province niba PF. Look at all these people have got ama case vamdala vachishimba kambwira. As much as I love him, but the thing is this, he went on national TV. Footage is there to see for everybody. Kuti mwaya ulionze vikote amkumona. Was going radio station after radio station. Kulanda pa mutundunga umo. Lunga umuvi. Talandire pabantu bakuchipatawe. Talandireko pamana patwalindire pabantu chitundu chimo. Ero arenda mwe bantu ngati mwebo hi tabaka kuingisha nchito. Abantu aba mwikaba votela. You see what I'm saying? So those issues, I think as ama politicians in our and you are older statesmen, you need to advise us correctly so that we know that we don't fall in that same trap. Because it is your tribalism that's deep. Cabinet.
Tribalism. I don't think we should be able to be even giving it leverage platform to the under way. Because even for some of us, we have experiences around those things. So if you land the tribalism,
I want to hear from our lady Emily and lady Dani.
Vachanda said he never saw tribalism in PF. We didn't see anything.
I never saw it because I didn't participate in it. And I've taught you done that way. I was not part of the people. If there are people practicing tribalism, that's why I'm so hate about it.
But I don't. Tribalism was so obvious.
Let me first finish this before Tamulanstein. You know, Ukulanda to PF tribalism. But PF tribalism, they were wrong. It will never make it right. But UPND is wrong. But UPND is the only party that the entire province, there's no one else. There's no one else in UPND in Southern Province who was a particular member of parliament. The entire province. You know, we don't understand party. Cornelius was on platform and finance tribalism. Simbakambui right now is in prison and he's there. He never even went to give evidence on what he did to promote tribalism in Zambia. How do you say I'm not ashamed to talk about people that I was part of the people sponsoring him to talk about other people so that they look bad?
Why didn't you see tribalism in PF? Why didn't you see it?
I was not part of it. How do you see something you're not part of?
Okay.
You see,
can we, I think my Emily has something to say on this one. Right?
Let me first finish on this tribalism thing.
Finish and then Emily should come in. Finish real quick.
Let's not take this platform to that level where we start talking about tribalism and start giving legitimacy.
No, we just try to give everybody the truth.
But just say it was there, Kairi. Why are you defending it?
Even now.
Look at your cabinet. Look at your cabinet during ECL. The Eastern Province and Northern Province. I'm Bemba, but I was against it. If you can't see it, then there's a problem there. Just say it was there.
Moneni, this time when a person is appointed, what do you say? When he's stronger, he has the qualifications. Anyone who is appointed has qualifications in the Southern Province. If we take qualification, this time anyone who is appointed from Southern Province, he has the qualification. If what that work with, that's why.
Why was the entire cabinet Bemba and Eastern Chapwa? Why? I'm Bemba myself.
Not that you are stretching it. The entire cabinet was not
that's what it was.
You can
that's what it was.
authority. No, they're not the entire. Okay. Ready the entire. You are lying.
Okay, you
can say majority. You can say majority, not the entire. The entire, you are stretching it too far.
Rakazia. Let's give a chance to the lady to speak because let's give a lady to speak because if we have to give the respect for the lady's voice. Emily, are you there?
Yes, I'm here.
Okay, go ahead.
Talking on tribalism, I don't know how the PF can say that they didn't notice tribalism. Tribalism was there. It was so rampant during the PF. It was exposed during PF. Some of us didn't even know about it. You know, it was expressed and we saw it firsthand in PF. You know, if you look at Wakaunda's era, UNIP or the former Chiluba, there was no tribalism there. But when the PF came in, they were very, very staunch on, and they stood on it, you know. And it's very sad that that thing now has grown into something that you cannot control. It's gonna take a long time to actually change people's mindset, because some people in PF, I don't know, what logic they use sometimes. But if people are gonna be given positions, give them based on qualifications, not because of tribe. If you have the qualifications, give it to the people. In all fairness, because some people really do work hard for those positions, and they work hard not because they are Tonga or they are Bemba or what, no, because they have the qualifications and because they are Zambian. So if you're going to give it to them based on that, not on tribalism.
What is that noise?
It's my car, I think. Hold on, I think it's the phone.
Yeah, somebody can do watch track Katwish.
No, I'm just driving.
Oh, yeah, the one? Oh.
Yeah. So for me,
okay.
I mean, hopefully the mindset will change as the future goes on. Because tribalism is something that can really, you saw what happened in Rwanda. The Hutus and the Tutsis, people can kill. It's a very toxic thing. We don't need it in our country. We should get rid of it, and we should start changing people's mindset, And that's how I can speak on it. I submit. Thank you.
Okay. All right. So, okay. So, gentlemen, I think we've come to the end of the show. But in all fairness, I think we've achieved more in the last 4 years that was achieved in the first 4 years of the PF. If we had to go head on head, I think that's where we need to compare, because most people, they want to compare. First 4 years of the Patriotic Front, what did they achieve? And what have we achieved in the first 4 years? Okay, so that's where the difference is, and that's where the Quenu comes in, and that's why it will be a landslide again, because we don't even know who PF is anymore. We don't know whether it's the Mao Sampa went to court to say, "How if you have from one side as president, can you go?" I'm like, what in the world is going on? What kind of politics are these? Can you imagine? Somebody, you went to court. I mean, there was a convention, so-called convention of the Patriotic Front. They choose you as a leader, and then you go and tell the court to say that decision that you made to make me as president of PF, can you rescind it? I don't want to be president anymore. Like, I don't even know if the law even agrees on that one. I don't even know what law Mao Sampa is using. I don't even know if there's a law that exists that can do that.
It is a one-man race.
Did you hear about that, Danny?
One-man race. There's no opposition. Completely no. I was listening to one analyst, political analyst, that was saying something. I don't know. I can't remember his name. But he said, for the first time since independence, we'll never have this type of situation where there's no opposition challenging the ruling party. Zero, nothing, nada. It's so sad for democracy, in the sense that we have less than 11 months to go, because the campaign ends 1 month before, yeah? So we have less than 11 months to go before we have elections. And yet the opposition is still very scattered. There's nothing. They don't know what they want to do. They're still talking which two. They're just concentrating on Lungu's body. They're forgetting that there's elections coming in the horizon. So it's gonna be a landslide victory, of course. But I think it's high time for them to offer the ruling party a little bit of challenge, so that we campaign harder and more precisely. Other than the way it is right now, I don't think they even have anyone in mind. First of all, they have to go for a convention, by the way. They have to go for the convention first, and from the convention, they find somebody to represent them, and then start marketing that candidate. And within 10 months.
Everybody is claiming. KBF, his dying bed, he told me that he should take over. In his dying bed, he told me I should take over. That the former president was stating that he should be the president.
Yeah, it's chaotic. It's chaotic. I don't know. Anyway, let's hope for the best for our country. But the good thing is we have a leader who is in charge of the country. The country is not disorganized. We are in good hands. So regardless of what the opposition do, I think we are good as a country.
All right, fantastic. Okay, so let's all close. Let's join up next week. Last remarks, Vakazia. Just less than 2 seconds or whatever. Just put last remarks, and then we all go and enjoy the rest of the day. I think we've been here for too long. Vakazia, you want to go first? Your last remarks?
He's gone.
Oh, he's gone.
Can I go?
Go ahead, yeah.
Yeah, for me, as I said in the beginning, ardent soccer fan. I'm really worried about the direction the soccer development is happening in our country. I think this thing of having expatriate coaches should stop. I think we some of these coaches are too old to assimilate to the new techniques. You can just imagine how often does he follow soccer developments in the world? Our current is it Grant, whatever. I don't think he's up to date with what's going on. We need younger coaches, whether they are local or international, but let's have fresh minds to run our team. It's very, very discouraging to see the quality of play of our players. It just shows that first of all, I know the players have their own talent, but with a good coach, you can know a team that's
on that one with Danny.
Yeah.
Why don't we just bring Kalushabwalia? What's wrong with Kalushabwalia?
I think Kalushabwalia it demands too much.
Are you telling me whatever Grant is being paid, Kalushabwalia want more? I highly doubt it.
And I think Kalushabwalia has not pursued the coaching career very well. I think
because the thing is the term has changed now. You can be a manager. You can be a manager. So you can be a manager and it's no longer a coach. Coach need a but a manager. Avena Venga, Avena Ferguson, those were managers. So Kalushabwalia can come in as a manager.
The thing about what I see he can come in. He's actually contributing right now. I think he's been put in the technical bench by the new FAS president. So he's contributing somehow to the running.
But I think what we need to do is this: manager, because a manager can be a coach as well.
I don't know. He's a
manager coach.
It's too much into a businessman. But anyway, the thing is, what I think we need to do as a country is to start recognize. We used to recognize talent early and nurture it. When the ZCCM was running in the mines and all that, we even used to get students from secondary school. There used to be Dennis Liwewe used to call them school international, whatever. Players from secondary school, but they're playing in the national team. You see what I mean? Yeah. They used to call them school.
I don't want to disturb you, but I can tell you one thing. Me, when I was in boarding school, there was one guy.
Yeah.
He even became to be playing for the national team. They used to come that time when smarter. They came out of boarding school.
Yeah.
Now they by the way, our football team, we had a football team. And then they were just they were scouting talent.
Yes.
So what they did is they used to go to all the provinces. So this time they were in, I was at the boarding school, Kukulapula. No more form just playing amongst yourselves. But they would sit So me, I didn't realize these people are looking different. So I asked our sports teacher. Oh, but now this but for kumuna or for mutebo no me fuka itwariama if itwariama life.
There used to be school. There were some people that were discovered.
The guy became one of the biggest guys in the national team.
Yeah. Yeah.
You know, see?
But now that's not happening anymore. It's not happening. We are depending on these clubs and all this type of thing. These players, you cannot teach an old horse new tricks. You need to get them when they're still young and nurture them and stuff like that. But right now, no, our national team is really, really tatters. That's all I can say.
All right, Vakombe.
Yeah, the national team, I think they need to disband it. And I think big money has entered soccer to Zambia. What do I mean? Like the current situation right now, Yaka Fashion Sakala, where alluded to, I am agents, Makasana, because they have signed all these players. So what they do is they are in good books with the expatriates, the coach. So what they do is they push these kids who are the people they see potential in them, and they are their clients. They push them to the national team coach to pick them because they know when they are picked, then they will be exposed. You see? So now the coach is not picking on merit. That's where the problem is. Before, when we were growing up, we had players from everywhere, even from Kapiwe Celtics. We had people like Kelvin Mutale. We used to have people from Kalush Modern Stars, the John Sokos and Gibby, before they went to Nkana. We used to have people from everywhere, from Warriors. But now, big money has entered, so people are not being picked on merit. And we just have a very bad team. That's why I think the coach or the technical guys or the guys who are above the coach, they shouldn't be scared in just disbanding the team. The whole team, whoever won't say you are dropped, and conduct trials. Trials, just go everywhere and pick players. Nobody should think they own that number or the jersey, because the caliber of players we're getting is unbelievable. It's because we are picking from a very small pool. The known and connected, that's where the team is picked from. There's no proper representation. That is why we're failing. I believe we have great players. We have good players, but they are not being seen. You need to have money or connected to an agent. So this thing should be investigated by the government. They should even put Fashion Sakala. I don't agree with his rudeness, but he hinted on something. They should have a commission to investigate this. How are players picked? Do these players have agents?
Yeah.
We were big stars when I was growing up.
You are bringing in the striker in your box from outside the box. What type of defense is that? You have to stop him before he enters your box. I don't understand. It's
okay. But Emily, last it shouldn't be about football, but just your last remarks.
I'm back.
I know I can't comment too much on soccer, so
just your last remarks. It shouldn't be about soccer. Just anything. These are just remarks anyway. I don't even know why everybody's talking about soccer.
My last remarks is just like it's nice to be in this kind of environment. We talk more. We hear from the opposition. We are not taking your comments lightly. We are gonna look into the things that we have failed too. We are not perfect. We're all still learning. But we can also learn from you. Even in all these arguments that we're going back and forth, I've picked up one or two things that you've mentioned. Like, we have to. You have to challenge us. Challenge is good. We need it so that we can become a better party for the people. That's all I can say. I submit. Thank you.
Thank you. Last remark,
that is the most humbling submission. That is very fair. All these men that I talk to you, they are so polarized that they will sat on their ears. They don't listen. When I tell them they don't listen, they think that it is just about fighting and at times. But I know That's why they keep inviting me. So when I say, okay, I shouldn't be there, but I think they listen when I challenge them with certain things. And you know how I know is when I say something that is so true, they just keep quiet. The same way they say when I'm challenged on something that is right, I also don't say
It's
anything
good.
about it.
It's good to disagree so we can agree.
So
Exactly. You know, this platform, the way it
I
is, the
really
way it's
appreciate
built,
that.
you know, the way this platform is built on truth, and
Yeah.
it's built on first of all, remove your political affiliation. At the end of the day, we're all Zambians.
Yeah.
That's the most important thing. So no matter how you want to mask it, you want to mask yourself as a National Neka Party, UPND, PF, or all these other parties, you are a Zambian at, you know, at your heart. So we're saying whatever we say here is the truth. It's coming from our hearts. It's coming from, you know, what we believe in and what we think we can do and contribute, you know, to elevate all these, you know, certain issues and certain, you know, concerns. So that's why Bagazia are here, is because your opinion is valid.
Yeah.
Nobody anachupata at extrajudicial
Sometimes.
killings. But
Sometimes
when
judicial killing.
Because what it is, we need to educate each other. Because there's nobody here who's got the monopoly of knowledge. There's nobody. We're all here to learn from each other. And once we learn from each other, at the end of the day, when we close this, we go sit down and say, but no, that makes sense. That makes sense. At the end of the day.
Wow.
Thank you, ladies and gentlemen, thank you very much.
1 minute, I need to update the team.
Yeah,
my little guy was playing in the Canada games.
Yes.
He's played very, very well. Especially the game against Newfoundland, he scored the brace. And really good goals. And you could see the African celebration in that. I will try to see what, and if I can post on the forum so that our colleagues can see the celebration. It was quite very interesting. And we hope that,
send it to me. Send it to me. I'll post it.
Yeah.
Wow.
Yeah, I'll send it to you. But
congratulations. No, encourage him. That's what we want.
He's very
He must be a UPN boy. I like that UPND.
And there are two boys, actually. There are two Zambian boys on the team. Huh? So when you see the celebration, the both boys are Zambian, actually.
Very nice.
Yes.
Wow. Oh, we are so proud, man. That's
no
good.
problem. So, gentlemen and lady, let's meet next week. And during the week, let's communicate and give each other updates, and so that we'll all be on the same page. But thank you for taking your time out of your busy schedule. You guys are brilliant. You're awesome. God bless, and have yourselves a lovely rest of the weekend.
All right. Good evening.
Yeah, okay. Bye, Bunny.
Bye.
Thank you. Bye.